I'm a year. World's biggest toys, toys, Toys R Us. The biggest selection, Toys R Us. It's a Toys R Us time
British Eagle announced the departure of their transcontinental flight, London, Paris, New York. Will keep Buckingham, please report to the flight deck. Announcing the departure of transcontinental flight.
Fireplaces glowing, bicycles. Fireplaces glowing, bicycles rolling, hearts of fireplaces glowing, bicycles rolling, hearts overflowing with cheer. It's that wonderful season we all find so pleasing. The Toys R Us time of year. World's biggest toys, Toys R Us. The biggest selection, Toys R Us. It's the Toys R Us time of year.
One morning I was born on the planet Mars. I gassed up and cradled and I shot through the stars and I landed on Earth with a solid bang. I'm the Fang. I'm the Fang. I'm the Fang. Now, it didn't take me long to get settled down, because when I dug the cool chicks in every town, I said, this is it, cat, let's get earthbound. I'm the Fang. I'm the Fang. I'm the Fang. I got a bebop cat man, a real stingaree, and a solid gold keychain down to the knees, and real nervous pegs with a crazy crease. I'm the Fang. The Fang. I'm the Fang. Man, I'm feeling just like a newborn colt. I'm going to hit these chicks with a Martian joke, because I'm a red-hot daddy with 1,000 volts. I'm the Fang. I'm the Fang. I'm the Fang. Now I meet this Earth cat, and he says, hi, you all. Man, you're real nervous. You feel like a ball? I said, sure, Daddy. He said, let's find a hole. He didn't know I was a Fang. The Fang. The Fang. So we dug a cool hall and tried it on for size, and all the cats were jumping to a rock and roll cry, and every Melaruni chick just glued her eyes on the Fang. On the Fang. On the Fang. My feet started flashing like the noonday sun, and my blue suede were hotter than a $2 gun, and the chicks all yelled, Daddy, oh, you're the one, you're the Fang. You must be the Fang. You're the Fang. Now, when I left that hall about 12 midnight, I was an outer space papa that was feeling right, because every chick in the house was mine on sight. Man, I'm the Fang. I'm the Fang. I'm the Fang. I revved up my rod and I flashed into flight, and I sped through the stars back to Mars, my delight, and I know those Earth chicks are dreaming tonight of the Fang. Of the Fang. Of the Fang.
Well, I'll bring up the comments. It's the Gratu Orlov Show, episode 398. It is, I have no idea what day it is. June 18th, something like that. Boy, the camera looks shitty today. I think it's June 18th. What are all those weird dots? What is going on? Let's see what we got here. It's I know it's a Thursday, but what the date is, I have no idea. Maybe one of you can tell me. Major Zombo reporting in. Man, bear, pig is some kind of emoji. Perhaps those are clapping hands. Chief Monzingo is reporting for duty, says Movie World Comics. Ooh, I don't want to keep that on the whole time. I'm experimenting. I'm playing around with this. I upgraded to the the next level, so I have unlimited time on this. Okay, so I will hide that part. Okay, yeah, that's better. All right, so it's Thursday. It's an exciting day, day that we honor Thor. And we have a special guest in the studio today. It's Stan Lee. So I'm gonna, with no further ado, I'll give it over to Mr. Stan Lee. Oh man, I've got some kind of green screen shit on. That's what's going on. That's what's creating this problem. Okay, so I've got to figure out what kind of horrible thing I did. That's what's creating these weird dots. Okay, so let me think how I would fix that crap. Settings, green screen. Yeah, I've got this green screen shit. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool, but no, it's not good. Because when Oscar is green, so he's completely. Ooh, wow. That's. Maybe for Friday night special tripped out episode, since that'll be episode 400, we can play with this shit. Oh man. What does it go to that for? Oh my God. Maybe I can upload a cool background. I hope you aren't seeing. Let me make sure you're not seeing my pictures. Okay. Let me find a cool background here. I'm just playing around. It's Thursday. It's everyone I know is going to sleep now. It's about 2:30, almost 3 o'clock. My wife just went to sleep because she couldn't sleep all night. Tom Smith in Canada just sent me a message saying it's getting late. So it's like, wait a second, everyone's backwards, or maybe I'm the one that's backwards. It could be. Let's find a good background. Let's try this one. So yeah, I'm just playing around today. If you want to come on as a guest, you're more than welcome to. Upload overlay. How do I have to press save background? Okay. I don't know about this. I don't think this looks very professional. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, man, it's like right out of Doctor Strange. I'll play around with this tomorrow with loud music playing. I don't know. But for right now, I will put virtual none. If that may be normal, I don't know. I don't want to. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Let's see. So anyway, back to what we were doing. So what are you guys up to? Did you all have a wonderful new comic book day yesterday? All the wonderful new comics that came out. You got your reprints of Batman Fortnite, and there was one really important comic that was out, and we have a special guest here to talk about that. So it would have been a lot of fun if it worked the first time. Hey, true believers! Shit, my wig is slipping. Hey, this is your old pal Stan Lee, Marvelites. You know, it's a funny story. When I was creating the Marvel Age of Comics, one of my favorite characters that I created, other than the Silver Surfer, was my second favorite creation. Can you guess what that is? You're right, Mary Marvel Marching Society card-carrying member. It was Venom. Now, when I was creating Venom, I was thinking, we've got a hero that walks on walls, and we've got a guy that's a thunder god, but we've never had a hero that has long fangs and eats people's heads. So I sat down and created Venom. And yesterday, and you can still get them, I imagine, if the stores aren't sold out, we put out a special key issue of Venom. Why, Marvelites, you will not believe this great. It's the last issue by some guy, I forgot his name. I think it's Carlo Ponti. Casual Carlo Ponti created this issue, but he's leaving after this issue. So it's a key issue, and to celebrate it, we've got 16 different variant covers. Count them, 16. So start saving your pennies now, Marvelites. Each one is only $10. So you only need $160 to buy all 16 variant covers for the exact same comic book. Who says this isn't the Marvel Age of Comics, true believers? Oh, well, it was a lot funnier in theory. I can't do a Stan Lee voice. But anyway. Shit. Let me see here. Oh, I need to go back to the chat. How do I do that? Oh, I press this button. Let's see. Oh, okay. We got some comments. Let's see what they say. Oh, okay. All right. There's a lot of comments. Manzingo reported for duty. Someone says it's Monday the 37th. Yeah, could be. In Joe Biden's world, the date is the 17th. Amazing. And let's see. Meyer Greenblatt says, happy Splorch Day, everyone. Yeah. Now that I know that feature works, I'm going to get some amazing backgrounds, and we're going to have a real psychedelic freak out Friday night or Friday afternoon or whatever the hell. Movie World Comics says, no, it needs no fixing. The more psychedelic, the better. Yeah, except if I want to show some comics or something. Laugh my ass off. This is awesome, says Man Bear Pig. And Yeah, I'll do more of that. That was pretty good. Zombo approves. Wow, Stan, you sure do look different. Thursday the 17th, day of our Lord. Yes, Gotham City. Stan, your memory is slipping with your age. He didn't create Venom. He would have said he did. That was part of the joke. I know he didn't create Venom, but he didn't create the Silver Surfer either. But that's all he always said. That was his favorite character. I think he came up with the name after Jack Kirby showed it to him. Oh, let's see what Zombo has to say here. I thought he was going to say, my favorite character is your favorite character. Seems like the kind of non-committal yet satisfactory response Stan would come up with. Now, I think he liked the Silver Surfer because he could spout off all of his platitudes and fortune cookie liberal messages. I'm not insulting Stan Lee. I think I figured out how to really make this into a real variety show. I think I can do some cool stuff. Let me, Okay, I'm going to show you something. All right, I got to figure out how to do this. Share screen. Share screen. Okay, all right. Here we go. Share. Let's see if this works. Yeah, but I want to get rid of me. How do I do that? Okay, well. StreamYard is sharing your... Oh, no, I did the wrong button. Remove. Okay, so I'm going to learn. By Friday night, this will be cool. Wait. Sharing your screen. Stop sharing. Okay. Oh, I need to put the invite in the thing. Copy. Okay. They also call it a chat. Okay, so if you want to drop in and be a guest, it's in the chat now. Hello. Okay, all right. Let's see here. I'll get it. Never fear. Damn, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. All right. Trust me. I kind of know what I'm doing. This may work. Okay. Now I go back to StreamYard. I press share. I'm going to master this. I guarantee you it'll be really cool. Chrome tab. Okay. All right. I'm looking at my phone to see if it's working. Shit. Okay, there it is working. All right. Let's see. All right, let's see if this works.
Hi, I'm Stan Lee, editor of the Marvel Comics group of superhero comic magazines. Comic books have been a big business for the past 25 years, and they're bigger than ever today. With this in mind, you'll be interested to know that the Marvel Comics group is the acknowledged leader in monthly sales of all comic magazines published today. As a matter of fact, our sales have tripled in the past 3 years, which is quite a publishing phenomenon. Our superheroes are the kind of people that you or I would be if we had a superpower, which sets them apart from all other superheroes published today, and seems to be the reason that they're actually far more popular than any others. Now then, it would seem that the big problem is this: can the enthusiasm for these comic magazines be successfully transferred to another media such as television? We most definitely feel that it can, and for this reason. For the first time that we know of, we're using the exact same stories and artwork that have made our comic magazines so incredibly successful, using the exact same stories and art for a television show.
Salty, over funky, kinda hunky superhero. Optimistic and electrically transistored superhero. An exotically neurotic and aquatic superhero. The Marvel superheroes have arrived. Superheroes. Watch them change their very shape before you know. See arcane striking superhero, change to lightning superhero, hopping and real swinging, shield swinging superhero. They're the latest, they're the greatest, ultimate superheroes. The Marvel superheroes have arrived.
Okay. Here's part 2.
I'm not beaten yet. My invincible sleepers will carry on for me.
Sleepers?
Even now, they lay hidden somewhere in Europe, waiting for the signal 20 years from now, when they will awake.
What are the sleepers? Where are they hidden? Talk! Talk!
There are 3 sleepers, and when they awake 20 years from now, the Red Skull will rise again.
The story of the sleepers will continue over 2 additional segments, and I can assure you, Cap wins the day as all Marvel superheroes do. As for the other characters in our quintet, his real name is Don Blake, a serious and dedicated doctor, but his secret identity is Thor, god of thunder. His strength is legendary, as is his power over the elements, and the mighty hammer he fearlessly wields against his colorful foes. As Peter Parker, a typical college freshman, Spidey is rather serious. He's the original hard luck guy who, because of being bitten by a radioactive spider, possesses superpowers which he can call on at will. He can walk on walls and has great athletic prowess. But unfortunately, Spider-Man is feared by the very people he risks his life to help. Behold Prince Namor, half human and half descendant of the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. In the water, he is supreme, able to outfight a whale. On land, many times stronger than any human. He can fly limited distances because of his offbeat little ankle wings. If ever a cat rated the word incredible, it's our jolly green giant, the ever-loving Hulk. He's something of a green-tinted Jekyll and Hyde, due to his having been belted by gamma rays, Also, he's merely the strongest mortal to walk the face of the earth. We Marvelites are proud of having created the world's first lovable monster. To sum up, our titles today are fabulously popular, and we feel we found the proper vehicle for transferring them to the television screen in such a way as to maintain, in fact, to intensify the appeal they now possess, an appeal which has made the Marvel Comics group the most talked about publishing success of the decade.
Oh, I guess it's still shit. Okay, let's try sharing the screen again. Oh, we have a special guest. Let's see what people are saying in the comments. Yeah, here's the link to get on. Is Graphic Man or Jumbo Comics stepping in? Just curious. Graphic Man's at work. Jumbo, not sure. I mean, anyone could come in. You can come in yourself. Let's see. Zombo the Judge. Gratu is a semi-professional. Yeah. And let's see. Gratu, one of your future guests for a live stream to the comic Crypt of Castles. I haven't asked him, but I think Eric Green said that he had asked him and he wasn't really wanting to do live streams. So yeah, I would love for that to happen. Yeah, we have a guest here. Let's see. It's the anti-Orloff. So I'll put him in. I'll remove him. I'll let him stay there, and then if I need to get up and go somewhere, I'll switch to his camera because that will allow me to be mobile and I can leave this spot and I can go into other places. Years ago in the mid 90s, I had this friend Joe Riley, and he started a public access show called The Hypnotic Eye, and I helped him with it. Gave him a lot of clips to use, but he had tons of his own. But episode 2 was pretty much all my stuff, and then there was another episode that was where it was a tour of inside my collection. I think that was episode 7. But anyway, there are Roku apps that show this public access show from Dallas. But I just saw that if you go to, let me try sharing again. Share screen. Okay, I'm learning this because the best way to learn things is by actually doing it. So I'm experimenting now, and by Friday, which I guess is tomorrow, this should be real slick. Okay, let's try this. Okay, I'll look at my phone to see if it's working. They say it's best to have 2 monitors. Okay, so what I'm at, if you look at the top, if you can even see that, if you're not watching this on your phone, I went to archive.org, and you type on The Hypnotic Eye. They used to have all these episodes on YouTube. Someone had them up, but I guess there's copywritten music or something in them, so they were removed from YouTube. But this is the show. Let me turn this music down. This is the one that I helped out with. So I'll show you the opening credits. Well, I thought I would. Maybe I need to press play. Sometimes that works. Okay.
Star of the show, Mr. James Brown. Right now, I'd like to say welcome, because I've been away. I've been up to Alaska in the cold country, pipeline for coal, as well as oil, and if you will, check it out, because 360 degrees on this side of the globe, you will be into it for some heavy dynamite funk. But right now, let's wait for Speaker Shop to give you body heat. Look into the hypnotic eye.
This is the theme music to Ultra Q, which is the TV series in Japan from the early 60s that predated Ultraman. That's Joe Riley. He created this puppet. He was amazing. And that's a Joe Riley creation. He sculpted that Herman Munster. That's not a store-bought toy. He had that's Ultraman collection. He had a spinner rack.
Well, this is show 2. We had some people not really complaining, but some people were not happy with all the Jackie Chan. Actually, that's not true. Why are we saying this? This is total bullshit.
Everyone loved the Jackie Chan,
But they loved it. People came up
all 30 minutes of it.
So anyway, so on this show, we're gonna make it a lot more fast paced. We're gonna try to make it.
That was he did the first issue of first episode of the Hypnotic Eye kind of on his own. Joe loved Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan premiered the movie Rumble in the Bronx in Dallas, and Joe went and recorded Jackie Chan speaking before the movie started at the North Park Theater. I don't remember what theater it was, but anyway, I thought it went on way too long, and you really couldn't understand Jackie Chan that well because of the echo in the theater, and I must have mentioned that, and you can tell it kind of bothers him because he says some people are saying the Jackie Chan footage went on too long in the first episode. And he says, "Why are we saying that?" In other words, some people was me, and I'm doing the voice of the Donny Osmond puppet. I found a Donny and Marie marionette set at a thrift store in Gratuiteville, and Joe was just a master, and he restrung the Donny puppet, and he was manipulating the Donny puppet, but I was doing the voice. So that's my voice. Let's see, how long ago would that have been? 95 to 2005, 5 to 15. So we're talking about 25, 26 years ago that this show was made. This is before YouTube, before the internet was really even in anything. And so this show appearing on Dallas Public Access allowed you to see all this weird stuff, scopatones and cartoons and bands that there was no way to see any other way. There was no YouTube. So anyway, Joe Riley passed away over 10 years ago, and there's I don't know what happened to his collection. I think all of his videotapes went to to someone that will take care of them, a DJ that I know that's a very good guy. But yeah, I don't really know. I got back in. I lost touch with Joe Riley for about 10 years and got back in touch with him literally hours before he passed away from a heart attack. He contacted me on MySpace. We talked a little bit, and then the next morning I hear someone call me telling me that he died from a heart attack. So, and we had made plans to go to a Universal Monsters convention. So at least I was able to, kind of mend our friendship hours before he passed away. He just, I don't know. I think he just got. I maybe I'm an annoying person to hang around with, but either I was just thinking about this. Either I was asking him to build too many model kits for me, and it started to get annoying, or he just got sick of me complaining about my girlfriend at the time. And sometimes people, when they're really a good friend of yours and you're dating a horrible person, sometimes they'll just back away and say, hey, I've given you advice, you don't want to listen to it, I may need to remove myself. And that could have been what he was doing. I don't know. But anyway, we can watch a little bit more because there's nothing copywritten here.
I don't know what the word is. Fast paced, I guess. So, Don.
Well, yes. We've got an all-star episode with footage from all around the globe. We've got footage from Japan, from China, from where the hell are Ted Lyons and the Cubs from?
I don't know.
India?
Peru?
Probably. India. We've got footage from Peru, Mexico. Every culture you could. That's a multicultural episode of The Hypnotic Guy. We've got William Shatner, the Ramones, Tiny Tim, Lancelot Link, what the hell else? The Brady Kids.
The Brady Kids. You just gotta see those kids.
Pinky and Perky. We're gonna run them?
I don't even know who the hell Pinky and Perky is.
The singing pigs.
We'll run Pinky and Perky.
Scopatones, vintage
Scopatones. We're gonna
Scopatones.
show the Scopatones. So why don't we go
The Motley Twins.
Why don't we do it? Let's go to something right quick. Let's do something right now. What's the first thing? What are we gonna do? Let's have a word from our sponsor. That's what we say. I'll just do it. Word from our sponsor. We have to be on the air.
Maybe we should have a real tight close-up of the eyes. And now we'll work from our sponsor with the eye.
There you go. He's directing from
You feel by the doll, so much prettier than Barbie. Your Elvira Nightmare Mansion. See her cozy chair and luxurious bed, her bachelorette rooftop garden. Here comes her boyfriend Stacy, in blue car. Woo, it's so hot! They go out on a date, and Elvira gives Satan unpleasant dreams. Get your Elvira doll, Satan's cool car, and Nightmare Mansion for only $79.99. Breakfast separately.
Now, for every kid who has ever seen a science fiction movie, thrilled to the amazing strength of an out-of-this-world movie monster, comes Great Garloo by Mark. Garloo the Mighty. Garloo the Untamed. Garloo the Terrible. Who can stop him? Who can control this monstrous creature? You can, kids, because Great Garloo by Marx is yours to command. With these battery-operated controls, you can make Garloo go, stop, then pick up, turn. Yes, Great Garloo, almost 2 feet tall, will be your faithful servant. You name it, you're the boss. Bring out-of-this-world excitement into your house, kids. Own the most fantastic toy of all. Great Garloo by Marx.
M-A-R-X spells Marx, world's largest toy maker.
The Mysterium! The Mysterium! The Mysterium! You are now inside a flying saucer. Our destination, the planet Earth. We are the Mysterium. Our race is old.
Let me fast forward around. And you can watch full episodes here. I was just asking chat, do I have any full episodes? And yeah, I have them all on tape on video and I've converted them to DVD. This probably created copyright problems. We had the Archies doing the Sex Pistols. We got that from somewhere, and then let's see, we had all kinds of stuff. This clip here is from an Indian movie, and we first saw it because Lux Interior, the lead singer of the band The Cramps, made videotapes and audio tapes, and he gave them to friends. And this was one of the most amazing musical numbers he said he'd ever seen. And we saw this, we couldn't believe it. And so Joe and I went to Plano, Texas, where there's a lot of Indian supermarkets and there were Indian VHS rental stores. We found this movie, and this is the only cool part of the movie. It's just this detective movie, mystery movie, but this musical numbers at the beginning that's just unbelievable. You know, the band's all wearing masks, everyone's wearing masks, and anyway, so we put this on the best quality we could find. Since then, it's been used in the movie Ghost World. About 6-7 years later, it was used in a movie Ghost World, and I'm sure there's much better quality copies of this on YouTube now. But when we were in the editing studio at the Dallas Public Access studio, this lady stopped by and said, "That's music from my country." She remembered this movie. So this is a pretty famous movie there in India. So she couldn't believe she was hearing this from her childhood coming from one of the editing bays. Let's see what else is on this episode. Oh yeah, and then we have this bit, because I had this interview with Lux Interior afterwards where he's talking about this. And then there's a video of the Cramps. Let's see what else is on here. More commercials. You know, we have fake commercials. I got to be careful with the music. And Joe was a collector of Japanese toys, and I was never as much of a collector of Japanese toys because I just didn't have the money. But I did get some. Before Joe, earlier on, Joe had done another public access show called Monster Attack Team, and I think all the episodes of that on VHS, and that was done before I met Joe with a friend of his named Eddie Holland, and he had a falling out with Eddie Holland too, and then he had a falling out with me. So maybe it's just something about Joe's kind of Irish temper, possibly, hopefully, or maybe it's something to say about the two of us. But anyway, yeah, every clip on the second episode came from my VHS collection. And so, anyway, this is before DVD. This is right before DVD. So, but I sat in the editing studio and I suggested we use this clip here to come back. It's in the music. So everything, this episode is the most of my influence on it. Some of the later episodes, I had nothing to do with them. Okay, yeah, this is definitely going to probably why it was taken off YouTube, this bit here. Yeah, but we have Scopatones, which we were talking about last. If you watched my interview with Tom Smith, we were talking about the Scopatones. This is Joy Lansing one, Web of Love, that we were talking about. And then we have this clip from this amazing Mexican horror movie called Ship of Monsters, with these monsters that are that's one of the greatest monsters of all time. Yeah. The great thing about having a wife whose first language is Spanish is she can translate these movies for you. Let's see. Oh, and this is great. Tiny Tim playing with an all-girl band. I don't know if this is from Ed Sullivan or not. Tom would know. Yeah, amazing. And then we cut from this. It really was masterful, if I say so myself, that we cut from that to this. The hippie psychedelic music numbers in Lancelot Leak were phenomenal, and it says everything that you need to say about the 60s. Yeah, Tom Smith, if you're watching this, I don't know if you're aware of this show. I think it's a show you would like. And then we're back to that Mexican monster movie again. Yeah, she romances this guy. I wish he was president instead of Joe Biden. Can you imagine that guy meeting with Putin yesterday?
La roja belleza de las mujeres de Marte.
Oh, and then this bit, William Shatner at the Science Fiction Awards performing Rocket Man. If you haven't ever seen that, oh, Pinky and Perky from British TV. I wonder if the Gray Man knows much about Pinky and Perky. They put out a bunch of records. They were kind of like the Chipmunks over in England. They had their own TV show. This thing is so hilarious and creepy and wonderful. And then this duck comes out. It's one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life. Then, now, it's one of the greatest things I'll ever see. I would have had them perform, if I was inaugurated president, instead of Lady Gaga, I would have invited Pinky and Perky to perform this song. And perhaps I will be elected president. You think there's no chance, don't you? And of course, yeah, Kamen Rider. Oh, look at this commercial.
Nice party for blondes. Picture perfect blondes, that is. Sally wasn't picture perfect till I came along. Then she used picture perfect to remove faded color, tone down rassiness. Are you the blonde you became a blonde to be? After each shampoo, simply rinse on Clairol's picture. Perfect.
And this is from some movie. Where was it from? Maybe it'll tell at the bottom. The Fairy and the Devil. And they're using the music from Star Trek: The Motion Picture when the Klingon ships first appear right at the beginning. it's just the. So this was a show that late night in Dallas, people would stumble on when they come home from eating or going to a show. They would stumble on this in Dallas, and became kind of legendary. I still get people contacting me about it. And I did a little eulogy for Joe Riley on one of my episodes a while back, and Joe Riley's son commented on it. And so anyway, it's something you can watch if you're so inclined. And and maybe I can show you. Let's get to the closing credits. I forget that I have a finger screen on this thing.
Roll credits, and you should be watching out for the hypnotic guy. Tell your friends, videotape this and send it to other parts of the country. You'll be famous, and it'll be a collector's item, and you'll make a lot of money. That's all I can say.
Well, he's actually was accurate. People did videotape it and send it around, and it did. I better stop that. Possibly copywritten music. So let's see. It says by Joe Riley. I'm positive he was not the one that uploaded this, but I don't know how to look around this. I guess if I clicked on his name, it'll show me other episodes of the Hypnotic Eye. What is this crap? I wonder if Monster Attack Team is on here. Monster Attack Team. I don't even know what this metadata crap is. Oh, will it be here? Swamp Monster? No, I don't think so. So I may be the one that has to upload Monster Attack Team when I find it on VHS. Okay, so who knows? Okay, so that's that. What else was I wanting to show you? Oh, well, hold on. Internet Archive. Okay. search. Well, let's just search hypnotic eye. I think it was episode 7. The one you were just looking at was episode 2. Okay, we're in like metadata. How do I get out of this metadata shit? Oh, maybe I'm not. The problem is Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers did a Hypnotic Eye album, so it creates a problem looking for things because you get all this. What is this stuff? What is this Count Rockula stuff? Seems like I heard that Count Rockula got... Okay. Oh. Count Rockula is apparently this theater for the insane. Looks like it's inspired by... oh, this is a great children's show from Japan. But this looks like it's like a tribute to Joe Riley's Hypnotic Eye show, it looks like. Hypnotic Eye episode. I'll just do a Google search. Although we should never use Google. There it is. And oh, where is this? Daily Motion. I think this is the right episode. I could be wrong. So this is on, I don't know where I'm at, Bing.com videos. Philo Drummond is one of the Subgenius founders, I believe. How do I fast forward this?
You are about to see a preview of the most fantastic.
But this is one of, it's apparently very easy to find Joe Riley stuff. Is it there?
It is a psychological technique whereby you, seated in the auditorium, actually become part of the action you see on the screen.
Maybe one of those other people that had it posted, it'll be easier to get around. Internet Archive, yeah, at least I know how to navigate that. Yeah, this is the one where it's filmed right here, basically. Okay. I'll stop it if there's anything copyrightable. Let's see what people are saying in chat. Someone said we have an IMDb page. It's hard to read the little writing on my phone.
My name is Emile Franchel, and I am a psychologist specializing in hypnotism. You are about to see a preview of the most fantastic advance ever to be made in the history of motion picture entertainment, called Hypnovista. It is a psychological technique whereby you, seated in the auditorium, actually become part of the action you see on the screen.
Okay, we were asked about credits. Joe Riley, I remember he worked on a Michael McCarthy, the cartoonist, comic book artist, movie called Teenage Tupelo, or I don't know if he worked on Damselvis. And then, he later worked on something called the Snowman Attacks or something, and Jimmy Neutron. Yeah, he worked on Jimmy Neutron. That was during the years that I wasn't in touch with him, but I do remember. I forgot that. I guess Jimmy Neutron is a pretty big character, but yeah, I mean he made it somewhat to the big time, but he should have been far, because he just kind of wanted to stick to his hometown. If he'd gone to Hollywood, he would have been a big player. Trust me, because his sculpting skills were insane. He could do anything. But anyway.
Let me show you something.
If you dare, look into the hypnotic eye.
This is one of the greatest pieces of music ever written. Again, it's from a TV show called Ultra Q. and a lot of them. It was like this team of scientists, and they had different monsters every week. It was kind of like the Outer Limits, and they used the same monsters in Ultraman, but now there was a superhero from outer space to fight these monsters. It was a black and white series, Ultra Q.
Good evening, and welcome to Show 7 of the Hypnotic Eye. On the show today, we'll be coming via satellite from a rehab center in Arlington, Texas, where your friend and mine, Donnie, will be broadcasting. Donnie, we haven't seen Donnie since show 2, I think it was. And
Shit.
He's here by satellite. He's been busy with self-abuse. So what we're going to do is we're just going to is the hookup ready? Or are we hooked up to talk to him? Okay. So anyway, here he is, delusional, ranting, and probably bombed out of his mind in a groovy rehab center in Arlington, Texas, live via satellite.
I wonder if that's what he really thought of me.
Donnie.
Hey, Mr. I, I'm out here in this great rehab center.
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what, it's really groovy here. Ever since I took up heroin, I never thought I'd find anything as great as heroin, crack, smack, all at the same time. And I'll tell you what, boy, I found it here. They teach you that alcohol is the way to go. Alcohol and lots of old toys.
Is this your room that you're in at the center?
They've locked me in this room with all the worldly, earthly pleasures you could possibly imagine. It's far out and groovy, and it's unbelievable.
We'll see you more of this incredible facility later on, but for now, just climb your puppet ass out of that tiki glass and come close to the microphone.
There we go. I'll tell you what, I haven't seen you, Mr. I, since episode 2 of this season. And in fact, your goddamn show has sucked ever since I left. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, you know what you can do.
In fact, you're going to see me dance later on in the show. And
we are.
Yeah, it's a clip I shot way back in 1976 AD.
Oh, that's right. When you had that piece of pit show with the hoe.
Yeah, but I killed her. And I'll show you her body in a moment.
Okay.
It's lifeless and it's totally limber.
Yeah, we know what you do with that body there.
I've got lots of Barbies here that I can screw. And I hang out with a Gene Simmons Mego doll.
Oh, we'll see.
You'll introduce him, I guess, later. And what the else? Anyway, I'm just here to introduce today's show.
Absolutely. I don't even know what we got on the show. I think we'll be showing clips from a great punk band called The Monks, I think.
The Monks, it's a great band. A lot of people think they're German, but they're actually some American servicemen stationed over in Germany, and yeah, they're great. They even shave little circles in their head like real monks. They're groovy and far out, and unlike, but of course, nothing that could possibly compare with our ABC Donnie Marie show that, of course, will live on.
Yeah, whatever. What else is on the show?
We're going to show some old Pillsbury Doughboy ads. In fact, 60 minutes of them, back before computer animation when they still did it by hand.
Wow.
And then we're going to look at some internet sites for that show people actually having sexual intercourse with dogs.
Really? That's going to be a great show.
And horses as well.
Really? That'll be nice. Oh, whatever. Let's go to a commercial or two. We'll be back right after this.
Hey, we need a name for our new fruit-flavored freaky cereal. How about Sam?
Ay, 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 ay! I've got a name for our new cereal. Fruit of the spoon.
Let's see. Yeah, see, that's what was it called? Something Gimme Gimme Octopus. Yeah, it's this insane children's show from Japan. Let's get to the part. No, it's a Braniff commercial. What is that? Let's see.
What was that? Oh, wow.
What's going on?
Oh, okay. Here we go. This is
I got the word for you because it's what you
back it
do.
up. This is some of my models that I've shown on this show, but so basically you're looking at my collection in the 90s.
I got the name for you because it's what you is. You is a rat. You is a rat.
That blue cat got broken. My first cat did not like it, and Princess knocked it from a windowsill. Of course, I should have known better having a sculpture on a windowsill, but I never had a cat before. Wow. Yeah, where's that snake woman now? She's around somewhere. I'm looking for things that I no longer have that have been broken or something. It looks like pretty much everything survives so far. I'm not sure if that skeleton still works. I'll have to put batteries in them. I still have the mannequin. She's not dressed the same way. It's my Elvira pinball machine. I still have that one. I had the other Elvira pinball machine, but we had to sell it because we were starving a few years ago. Anyway, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, I guess. That skeleton is in many pieces now. That Superman, Joe Riley painted that and put it together for me. I should have been telling you which kits. Man, that's still in the exact same spot. No, it isn't. Yeah. Sometimes if you don't move things around after a while, you just kind of forget they're there. Maybe I should move things around a bit and everything will seem new to me. And that gives me a chance to dust everything too. There's that Batman that I just showed you the other night that I sculpted. That was done completely by Joe Riley. That Slee Stack, he sculpted it, he painted it. That's one of only a few that exist in the world. He did that I forget what her name is, Surfat, one of the silly surfers. He painted that for me. Huh. I don't know if there's any more footage.
Panasonic. It's Mo something new.
It's Mo something new. What is that supposed to mean? Yeah, we had cool ads. Let's see what else. I don't know if I appear later on in this episode. Oh, that's from a religious short called "If Footmen Tire You, What Would Horses Do?" or something like that, and it's about communists taking over the United States and killing everybody. Yeah, that may be it for my appearance. Let's see. Oh wait, there's more. Oh, okay. Well, this is my
deal with this problem here.
Let's see here.
Stop shaking. There's death and Satan all around me, and that's suffering.
Let's see what this is. Okay. So.
And now let's check in on how Donnie's doing.
Oh my God, no! I'm in hell! Oh my God, the DTs must be the DTs. I can't stop shaking. There's death and Satan all around me and a suffering. Oh God, the humanity shit. This hell, God damn it!
Well, we'll let Donnie deal with this problem here. And now take a look at this.
Let's see. Well, yeah, so that's the amazing Hypnotic Eye show. I forget how many episodes exist. I think you got over maybe 12 episodes. Oh, this is something I was looking at. Can you even see? No, you can't even see that. Okay, let's go back. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what I can do here. Okay, we got a lot of comments coming in here on the Gratu Orloff program. Hold on. I'm not very good at this. Oh, there's a bunch of comments. Okay, does Joe Rowley have any other experience in production? Yeah, I said he worked on some Snowman Attacks the World or Defends the World or something. I don't know. And Jimmy Neutron on some. He worked for a studio called something, and there's some Dallas animation studio there. And I don't know what else he did. Let's see, Kratu, do you have any of the full episodes? Yeah, and apparently they're all over the internet, and also there are Roku apps that show nothing but them. Groovy greetings, Gratu. Paola says. Paulo, sorry. Nice seeing you here. This is Movie World. Stretching my legs, good vibes. Okay. Hello, Dr. Orloff and gang, says Jambo. Jambo's in the studio. Let's see. Brain said he'd been on a stream with Charlton 66, Gratu, and Graphic, and I noticed I wasn't subscribed to them. Yes, you should subscribe to Charlton66. You can subscribe to me if you want, and Graphic Man, definitely, yeah, subscribe. Those two are great, and I don't know, I might be an acquired taste. Let's see. Is there any way to watch the episodes? If not, would you mind uploading them to YouTube? Yeah, I was showing you how to watch them. You can just watch them, and I think Internet Archive, it looked like it had a little icon where you can beam it to your television if you have like a Apple TV or something or so. And then there's a way to record. If you can get it to an Apple TV, then you can, Apple TV comes out HDMI cable, and then you get a little box from eBay or Amazon or something that converts HDMI to RCA cables. So then the RCA red, white, and yellow, like in the VCR days, come out, and then they'll feed into a DVD recorder, which of course you're going to have to buy a DVD recorder, but you can get old store stock. They don't make them in the US anymore because they don't want you to own anything, because by 2030 you're supposed to own nothing and be happy about it, which is why the movie section and the CD section shrinks every time you go into the store. But yeah, I don't know how to upload them to YouTube, and I think they'd get pulled because they've been on YouTube and they were taken down. So there's some reason, and I think it's some of the music in them or something. I don't know, but I just know they were removed. They used to be there. But I don't know what I'm doing with YouTube. If I can figure out how to put stuff from VHS onto YouTube, or from some of my DVDs onto YouTube, my DVD-Rs, there's unbelievable stuff in my collection I could put on, and my old home movies and stuff. I just got to figure that out. But I figured the StreamYard crap out. Killdozer, what a great old movie, says Jambo. Eric Breen says, good afternoon, kids. I remember a Brazilian kids show with better animatronics than this. Okay, I need to have the context of when that comment was said to know which animatronics. Let's see. Yo, Breen. Hey, Eric. I'm trying to catch up. Because when I'm on that other screen, when you share screens, they say it's better to have two monitors, then you can watch what's going on. And I was trying to watch on my phone. Let's see. Shatner is the greatest monotone singer of all time. Yeah. And I was actually able to find the Hypnotic Eye on IMDb. Apparently you have an IMDb page. Yeah, it says it gives me I don't know. It says I'm like co-creator of the Hypnotic Eye, and it really shouldn't be that I'm co-creator. I did work on a couple of episodes and I gave him some material, but really what you watched is the extent of my real, it's Joe Riley's creation. I shouldn't be on that page, but anyway, hope that doesn't create horrible problems with his family. But I like Leonard Nimoy doing I Walked the Line. Back 20 minutes if you're still here. It's probably already been 20 minutes, so I'm sure you're back by now. Shit. Hold on. Apparently, Joe Riley worked on the Nickelodeon show Jimmy Neutron. He also did makeup, special effects on 4 movies. What I wish I could get, he had done all these stop motion animation films with G.I. Joes, real G.I. Joes, not the little ones that are the size of Star Wars figures. I mean, the 60s G.I. Joes. And he had him doing kung fu and unbelievable action. It looked like spaghetti Western quality stuff. And then the Super 8 films he had that he had transferred to VHS. If those exist, if that stuff is lost, that's almost as bad as London After Midnight being lost, because they were great. But anyway, it's good to spread the word about Joe Riley posthumously so people remember him. Matt says that's a great film. I don't know what film right now. The cereal ad would have scarred me for life. I'd never eat cereal again if I'd ever seen that as a kid. I guess that's the Freakies commercial. No, I actually ate Freakies cereal. In fact, there might be a box around here somewhere. There's a box of Cocoa Puffs, but that's not an old one. I thought there was a freak. No, Freaky's box is in the other room on display. There are still a couple of clips of them on YouTube. Yeah, you can get all the Freaky's ads on YouTube. Howdy, Senator Gratu, says Christopher. I realized listening to my voice in that 90s show that it's changed. It's gotten more gravelly from 25 years of school teaching. And I guess I don't smoke or do anything horrible except drink. No, I don't really drink. This is actually a prop. I very rarely drink. See, it's from the 60s. It's got dust on it. But drink Dr. Pepper, the joy of every boy and girl. It's the most original soft drink ever in the whole wide world. I've got this this thing that's a great prop. I'll show it to you. Here's the first comic book I ever bought. It's priceless to me. Okay, watch. Oh no, I spilled Dr. Pepper on it. Let's see. It'd be better if there was no dust. See, I can get like Hulk 181 and like put this down on it. It looks like you destroyed it. They used to sell these at Six Flags over Texas in the 70s, and they had different cans. And it's plastic. It's like plaque. It's like fake vomit. See, it looks like, and it's clear. They did wonderful things in the 70s sometimes. So you could freak someone out like, shit. Like, it's your family Bible. Oh no, what have you done to the family Bible? You should have spilled on it. This is not really a witchcraft book. Never fear, Gratu is not into witchcraft. It's a something I got at Garden Ridge. It's like a book you can put on your shelf so that people don't mess with you. Boy, this guy might be a warlock. But you open it up and it's like where you keep a bunch of little shit, like tickets from a drive-in movie theater or something I can't show you, or like tickets for Braniff. Stuff I want to keep safe. Or this is how we got around in the days before Google Maps. We actually had maps that unfolded. See, all this stuff, I keep it safe. Ooh, some of this is stuff I should get rid of. What is that? It's Maraca Magic. Oh, it's a drink. It's like how to make mixed drinks, I guess. I don't know what it is. But you get little things and you want to keep them. Like, what the hell is this thing? The fuck is... Where's this from? I can't even read this. I need to put my glasses on. Still can't read it. It's a homemade Christmas card, but it's written in pencil. Oh, this is an old friend of mine, Patricia Rodriguez, because I used to. Gratu Orloff was this little Martian guy on MySpace, and I used to speak in broken Spanish and half Martian, half Spanish, and Gratu would talk about El Conejo de Passover, the Easter bunny, El Conejo de Passover, and she puts El Conejo de Christmas wishes you a happy holidays. Yeah, that's cool. Of course she would have made something artsy. She's an artist. She's a professional artist. But whether she watches this channel, I don't know, because this channel is very conservative. I'm sure maybe she does. I don't know. Oh man, there's some cool stuff in here, man. Some cool postcards. What is this shit? Oh, oh, yes. My goodness. The Trojan War. These apparently are notes from some class. It's not my writing, so it must be from my older brother. See, that's what school used to be like, this purple print when they used mimeograph machines. I save everything. Here's another Texas map. Happy motoring from Inco. Isn't that beautiful? That must just be San Antonio, the river walk. This is the lead singer of the Cramps. His real name is Eric Perkheiser. Here's a vomit bag. This vomit bag and the price of one admission will enable you to see the first film rated V for violence. Guaranteed to upset your stomach. Mark of the Devil. Positively the most horrifying film ever made. See it soon at a theater near you. So you know a movie means business when they give you a vomit bag before you enter the theater. This is cool. Used to have these little things at every motel you stopped in. There'd be a whole display of little things, little tourist attractions you could go to. Old Salem. You know, you'd open it up as a little brochure showing you where you can go on your vacation. I miss this kind of thing. Now you're expected to do all that, I guess, on the internet. What else is in here? Here's a picture of my mother trying to be a movie star. She even has it autographed. All right. That's cool. I need to get that framed. Yeah, man. Dallas Visitor's Guide. Well, that's some of the stuff that's hidden within a fake witchcraft book in the Gratu Orloff building, the International Building of Gratu International Building of Trade. We're up on floor 7, room 2. Here's Six Flags Over Texas. You got these hippies dancing. What is this? Eldana Motel. I remember when motels looked like that. When you went in, how cold it was from the wonderful air conditioners that were mounted in the windows. See, refrigerated air, TV, phones, Fomex beds. And there's Eldana Gear, age 3. Oh, she's who the place is named after. She probably haunts the place. Yeah. Oh, here's a receipt from Sambo's from December 11th, 1979. I think that was the Sambo's restaurant was being discussed on the live stream before I got on last night. Because I was getting out of my car and I heard a discussion of that place. It was like Denny's. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh, here's one of my mom's drawings. I think I was talking about this the other day. Whenever she was talking on the phone, she would draw this face. And it was like a face that she was. There's hundreds of them, and I tried to save them all when I find them, because it just reminds me of her. And someday I'll find where she learned to draw that face. And I know she always talked about, when I asked her about comics, I asked my dad, he said, yeah, I read True Comics and Captain Midnight. And my mom remembered Tilly the Toiler. So I don't have any Tilly the Toiler comics, but Someday, perhaps I will get one. The fucking shit. Pardon my French. Oh, let's see. There's all kinds of people on here. Let's see what's going on. When I said a couple of clips, I meant the hip. It's not even coming on. Oh, the hypnotic guy. Love those. Yeah, I've got a delay here. Nice to see you here, Doc. Dr. Silverage, yes, was yeah. And Paolo says, "Hey, Rod." And then he says, "How are you?" Hey there, movie world. It's always fun when General Gratu's on the air. No, I'm a colonel. I'm a full colonel. God is the general in our army. See, so, colonel, full colonel. And we mean business here on the Gratu Orloff show. You know, yeah. Pull the pin live tomorrow night, and at the end of the broadcast. So make sure you tune in. So, all right. Does anyone? Oh shit. Graphic Man's on. Yeah. Oh, a lot of people are here. We got 15 people watching. That's like probably a record. If anyone wants to come on, the link is right here. Right there. No, it's not showing up. Godfrey Daniels. There it is. You click on that in the chat, and you will be able to appear on the Gratu Orloff program. Oh yeah, look at this sign. I got to figure out a place to put this. Maybe you've got an idea. Records, Casey Jones Music. This is in Fort Worth, and if you look up that address, Jennings at Broadway, it's that building is still there. But because I've done that, it's a sign that maybe needs to be mounted over there near the records or on a stereo. It's a yeah, let's see what's going on here. I would love to come on Gratu, but my wife is using my laptop, and you're doing great. Okay. Anyone wants to come on, that's fine. Tom Smith, I think, was going to bed, and my wife's asleep. So, and I'm trying to forget the fact that it looks like Russia has a better leader than we've got. It's kind of a bizarro world. And I said, well, you seem to be mistreating people, Mr. Putin. And he says, well, we're not going to have cities burning like you guys did last summer. It said that will not be tolerated here. It's like, that's what I want to hear. And Eric is saying, hey. Yeah, Comic Crypt of Castle Hills is pointing out that YouTube suggests that the best way to start your program, he did this in his last video, they said the average way, or the most statistics show that people always start their show, hey guys, that's how most people start. But I don't know what I say. All right, we've got a guest, and I got my wife. He'll help me pronounce Paolo. Okay, let's get it. Let's get you on, Paolo. Okay, did I pronounce your name right? Paolo?
Paulo.
Paulo. Paulo?
Yeah. Paulo.
That's easy.
Yeah.
I'm trying too hard. I'm trying too hard.
Like I said earlier, I couldn't believe that I wasn't subscribed to you because I had seen you around, but I wasn't subscribed to you yet. Because Brinette said he was with you and Graphic Man, who I wasn't subscribed to either. With him in Charlton 66. I've known Charlton 66 for years. I'm a regular commenter on his channel.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, but I'd seen you around, and I don't know why I wasn't subscribed to you. But I've been catching up on some of your last 2 months of videos or so.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to stay sane. If I retired last year, and I realized that today, if I wasn't retired, would be the day after all the kids. I was a school teacher. All the kids leave, and the teachers have to. And sometimes the air conditioning stops working. You've got to clear your room and pack everything up so they can move all the desks and vacuum. And it's like it's backbreaking work. And then you got to check out with every person, get their signature before you leave for the summer. And so I'm just getting to hang out instead of doing all that. But then I have these guilt feelings. Like I had this dream last night that I was back there, and it's like when you retire, you start having these dreams. It's kind of like when you leave school, you have these dreams that you're back in high school or college, and you've forgotten that you're supposed to be in class. And it's like, oh, well. So where are you at, Paulo?
I'm in Portugal.
Portugal, cool.
Yeah,
I think, yeah, we've got several people in other countries than the United States. We've got Tom in Canada, and we've got 2 people in England. And then there's another guy that I think is in Puerto Rico. Yeah, but I so that's cool. So what's Portugal like? How is the United States viewed right now in Portugal?
Depends on whatever movie's on. Myself, I'm a NASCAR fan, so I have a particular interest on American motorsports. I'm an auto racing journalist, or at least I was. I'm doing a career change right now because being a journalist wasn't making enough money.
Are you into sports at all? I mean, NASCAR's a sport.
No, I just watch auto racing. Really, I started getting into Formula One when I was 5, and then I noticed that there were other sports with cars, and I started watching all of them, and that allowed me to become an automotive journalist. The newspaper that I ended up working at age 22, I used to take it to school to read it during classes.
Huh. Well, yeah, I used to love. I don't know if you guys got magazines like Cartoons and Drag Tunes and all these hot rod magazines that seemed to be all over the newsstand when I was a kid. But
we got some of the regular big ones. There were I remember a couple of hot rod magazines, but it was Car and Driver and what was the other one? Motor Trend. Those were the easier to get here from the United States.
So the reason I was asking about sports is I'm not a big sports fan, but this morning I saw this clip, and I can't remember what country he's from, but there's some big soccer star, and he's giving a press conference, and they've got 2 plastic bottles of Coke in front of him. And he takes them and dramatically moves them off camera, and then he pulls up a bottle of water.
Yeah,
and he goes,
"It's Cristiano Ronaldo."
And then Coca-Cola stock dropped 40%. He just destroyed.
Yeah, it's Cristiano Ronaldo. He is from Portugal, like me.
Oh,
usually, and we're having the European soccer championships right now.
Yeah, that guy is amazing. It's like then we were watching, like, who is this guy? He's like, that really takes courage. It's like he looks like a movie star, and because Coke is.
He's going to get a slap on the wrist because he's not supposed to mess with the championship sponsors.
Yeah, but I don't. Is he like a superstar, like real big?
Yeah, he's probably the person in the world with the largest number of Instagram followers. He has is World Soccer Player of the Year for I don't know how many times, and our national team is a defending European champion. So we're one of the favorites to win this year again with him.
Yeah, I
He's the type of person who makes money, who gets to make money in his sleep from residuals.
Wow.
even without playing soccer.
Wow. Yeah, that impressed me this morning. So yeah, even though I don't follow sports, but are you a collector of comics and pop culture also?
Yeah, comics. I'm usually on a show on Friday nights with Howler Mouse and Jared Osborne and Scott Connor. We do the Cavern of Chaos, and
See,
so we ended up talking. It's the Cavern of Chaos because we start talking about one comic, then we move to another comic, and then we move through the history of comics, and then we talk about new stuff, and then we go back to another to another comic that we talked about, and we ended up talking about everything.
yeah. So Howler Mouse, is he in Virginia?
Yeah.
See, I really wanted to move to Virginia. Like I have this, there's something instinctive where I want to move there, even though the government there is really not good right now, but they're really great. I mean, it's just such a beautiful state. And it's like I lived there when I was in second grade, but I have this ancestral almost. I want to go back there, or Kentucky, Virginia, somewhere. The Blue Ridge Mountains, and I just and we had found this house that was a little over $100,000 that was built in like 1850 that had 14. It was 14 rooms. It was an old hotel built before the Civil War, and I really wanted that house. My wife wasn't really into it, but it turned out that it had real major damage. But I really wanted to go to this little town. It's called Rural Retreat. And it was like Mayberry. Literally, they had one policeman, no crime. I talked to someone from there. He says, well, yeah, I do have crime. There was a kid that stole a car 2 years ago, but he returned it the next day, and it was or a few hours later. It was like, it's just literally like living in an old sitcom. I'd like to get away from everything and go, but so we're looking all over the country for places to move to. Yeah, so Portugal, that's cool. So do you get mainly American comics, or do you get Spanish language comics?
I have comics in 5 different languages.
Oh.
Yeah. When I was a kid, we got Marvel Comics and DC Comics from Brazil because we didn't have a publisher in Portugal. Our publishers usually handled French comics, Spanish comics. There were a few Portuguese authors who managed to get a comic published every once in a while because it doesn't make any money here. So we don't have we didn't used to have professional artists. I started buying in English at age 16. Took advantage of the Marvel bankruptcy to make the full switch because we lost the licensor from Brazil couldn't send comics here anymore. That was when I was about 18, so that was in 1998. And I can read in French, I can read in Spanish, I can read in Italian. So I got comics from all those places.
Yeah, there's some amazing, especially horror comics and magazines from different countries that, it's just, are there comics that are produced in Portugal?
Yeah. Actually, let me see if I have a Portuguese comic around here. Yeah. Like this one. This won an award at the Amadora Comics Festival. It's the biggest comics festival in Portugal. And it's made by the comic shop where I buy comics. The owner wanted to be an editor as well. So he usually there was a time when he was putting out 2 to 4 books a year. He hasn't put out anything new lately. But yeah, he did this one. And the guy who wrote this, Nuno Duarte, is a TV writer. And the artist Mozi, she's one of the most talented that we have in Portugal. But unless we can get her to export her work, she's not going to be making any money out of this. And unfortunately, that's the situation with most of our artists. We have a few working for Marvel right now.
Huh. So have you ever stumbled on these comics maybe imported from Mexico, the 70s Spider-Man comics?
No. But I can tell you that I'm in a Facebook group with the foreign comics collectors, and they're doing reprints of those Mexican editions in Germany.
In Germany? Well, that doesn't help us here. But So why don't they do it here? Marvel is what are they thinking? They should do that.
Listen, for years I've been telling people, and they usually look at me like I'm crazy or something, that Marvel need to stop publishing comics in the U.S. They need to license it out to a foreign publisher, and that foreign publisher will do a better job because they will know what Marvel comics sell better all over the world and not just in the United States. Not only that, the license holder for Marvel outside the United States, outside North America, it's an Italian company called Panini. They only make money if Marvel comics sell well around the world. And Marvel in the US, they don't need to make any money off of comics. They have the movies.
Yeah.
They have the merchandising. But if you get the license to print and distribute and translate comics from Marvel, you need to make money off of what you publish. Mm-hmm. So it would be in their best interest to produce stories that everyone would want to buy. So that's why I think that Panini should do it. Although right now, there's the French rights holder for DC. It's a subsidiary of Dupuis. And they're doing a good job with some French-made graphic novels. A couple of them have made their way to the U.S. There was one, I think it was Clown Prince Charming or Dark Prince Charming, Clown Prince Charming, with written and drawn by an Italian guy called Enrico Marini, and I know that was published in the U.S. And the French would do something different because in France they don't bother making monthly comics. The comics are owned by the creators. Sometimes the creators are not in full editorial control, but they have to be recognized as creators, and they get royalties. They always have to get royalties. So it takes them a whole year to produce a full graphic novel, oversized the size of what you used to have with the Treasury editions. Mm-hmm. At least 44 pages of story. The page is twice as large as that of a U.S. comic, so it has the same storytelling size as a 4-issue mini. So the artist handles everything: penciling, inking, sometimes painting, and lettering. So it's not divided in an assembly line like U.S. comics. And so they care more about about quality in the end product, even at the creator level. So they always make sure that they have the time to do it right.
And I think what I've seen is Europe and other countries have more of a respect for the pop culture of America's past. And some countries that may not like us that much now, like France, they adore our pop culture from the 50s, and they put out all these CDs and records of old rockabilly and old music. They love our past. They just don't like us much now. But I kind of feel the same way, because people today don't respect the great things that were done in the past, and that's why someone else that respects the foundations of Marvel and DC maybe could do those characters better, because it just looks like they're being shit on.
Yeah, that is so true. And I'm going to pick up something and I'm going to show you. Just give me a minute.
Sure, no problem. So I don't know if you can still hear me, but several people are wondering if Asterix comics are big there. The Viking guy. Several people are asking if Asterix comics are big in Portugal.
Asterix comics are big everywhere in Europe. Whenever there's a new Asterix book coming out this year, so if it's like the previous one, which came out 3 years ago, it will have a simultaneous release in at least 20 countries, already all translated, and they're expecting to sell over 5 million copies right off the bat.
I think Asterix is like soccer. Well, we call it soccer. It's like football. It's big everywhere, but in the United States, very few
Yeah.
people know about
And
Asterix.
Asterix isn't even a comic for comic people. Asterix is a mainstream product. It's like buying Harry Potter books.
Okay.
Everybody will read Asterix, even if they don't like comics.
And what's the deal with the Phantom? He was so much bigger in South America. Why was that? Do you have any idea?
It's newspaper. It's because it's a newspaper comic. It's as far as I can tell, it's always been easier to get the rights to syndicated newspaper strips. Mm-hmm. So you just assemble a rights package and you publish either a complete story or daily in the newspaper. I used to read the Phantom. My dad's the newspaper that my dad used to buy used to carry Winnie the Pooh, Agar the Horrible, the Phantom, and a British strip called Garth. Mm-hmm. And I was a big fan of the Phantom. It was already the Lee Falk material, the Siberi material, which looking back, I think saved the strip when Siberi took over the art, made it a lot more modern and more three-dimensional. He did a great job with the inking.
Is the Phantom still big in South America and around?
Yeah, they produce new stories for the Scandinavian market.
Oh, okay.
They're made in Norway, I think. Although sometimes they ask American writers. I know that a few years ago, Roger Stern produced a couple of scripts for them. They have an Australian comic and with new stories, and also in India. Okay. But right now, Brazil doesn't have a Phantom comic, and neither do we.
Okay. Well, anyway, you were about to show us something. Sorry,
yeah. So this is probably the best history of American comics in book form, of Comics and Man, and it's written by Jean-Paul Gabillier, a French university professor.
Okay.
He's a professor of what was it? American Studies. I think that's it. I've got a.
So it's like a textbook almost, like a college class could use it.
Yeah. See,
is that English?
Yeah, it's in English. It was this version is from the University of Mississippi Press, and. Yeah, this guy, Jean-Paul Gabillier, is a professor of American Studies. He studies American pop culture, and he teaches class at the University of Bordeaux, I think. Wow. So, as you were saying, the French have are more interested in doing a thorough history of American comics than any American comics historian.
Yeah, they just adore the British, the French adore our pop culture from the past, and then they kind of, and Germany too. It seems like there's always these imports that you get. It's like our music has disappeared. Oh, in Japan, people would come over and buy up all the rockabilly records, and they'd all wind up in England, and then they'd be sent back to us through CDs or records and compilations.
Yeah, you know where the two biggest jazz festivals in the world are? Quebec and Switzerland. Wow. That's what you think of when you think jazz, right? Switzerland.
Let's see. Gold Key Geezer, have you made YouTube videos? I sure hope the answer is yes, just because of your name. And let's see what else is being said here. And here I thought I was the Gold Key Geezer, says Graphic Man. And Gold Key Geezer says, hey, Movie World, not yet, but just recently launched a channel. So do you create videos on your own, or you just appear on Howler Mouse? Or
I was more active a couple of years ago. I did a video on my channel a couple of weeks ago because Howler Mouse was away, and when he's away, we usually transfer to Jared Osborne's channel. But Jared had a family function he had to attend. So I did a video with Scott on my channel. It's the latest video there, and but there are a few videos. I sometimes do a series of videos. I did one on the history of Wildstorm a couple of years ago. When I try to do videos on our comics festivals because they're more art exhibits than a place to buy comics. So I try to show the exhibits, even stuff with European artists that Americans might not be familiar with, because those who have moved beyond superheroes are always very interested in getting broader tastes. And when I show them a European artist that they haven't heard of, but all of a sudden they look at it and they love it, they're always interested in knowing.
Yeah,
it's a small niche, but it works.
yeah. I'd like to be able to get into European and maybe South American horror comics, and because I see covers that are just amazing. It's just like something. It's hard to really know how to get into doing that. Maybe through eBay or something.
And if they're not translated into English, you might have a problem. You might have a problem reading. One thing that we have in Portugal, since we're a small market and comics are a niche within a niche, which is reading.
Yeah, really.
It's always we know that it's always a good idea to learn at least 2 foreign languages.
Mm-hmm. Well,
because if nobody's publishing, we get it.
Well, I took Spanish in high school for 2 years, and I think 1 year in college, but I didn't really realize that I was going to be teaching later in life in a school that was predominantly Hispanic, and it sure would have helped. And then my wife's first language is Spanish, and so she could translate the comics for me. That wouldn't be a problem. But you're talking about histories of comics. I think one of my favorites since I was a kid is by Les Daniels. It's called Comics, and it's spelled with an X at the end. Are you familiar with that book?
The one comics about independent comics. I remember it did a 50 years of Marvel.
Let me see if I can find it here on the internet. It's oh yes, he did do, Les Daniels did do that you're right. He did but this was more like an underground, almost an underground. Let me see if I can remember how to do the sharing here a bit. Share screen. Okay, share screen. Home tab. Hold on.
It's not an area that I'm as familiar with as superheroes, but I always like to learn, because it's I don't like dividing the history of American comics into wages based on the popularity of superheroes. So if something celebrates these independent publications, it's always a good idea to have it out there.
Well, this is weird. You can get a hardcover for $7.70, paperback $133. I've never seen a paperback, but it looks like this. It has this crazy cover because this underground artist called the Mad Peck did all the art design on this book, and it looks like that. And inside, it's just a really good. It goes up to 1970. It came out around that time, and then it's just great. It really gets into the details of everything. I think it has the entire comics code printed in it, so you can actually read it and see exactly how they were trying to stick it to EC. Because I bet I could find that. It's cool that I figured out how to share the screen now. I figure I can do like a news program now and show the news and be someone in a little corner in the screen. I'm learning all this as I go.
I met Dennis Kitchen once, and I talked to him a little bit about the history of underground comics. He was here in Portugal because we had an exhibit dedicated to Will Eisner's 100th anniversary. So he came and did a tour, and I took the opportunity, took him aside for 15 minutes. Hey, want to give me an interview? And we talked for a bit. And after the tour, me and the rest of the guys at the festival, we took him aside and we bought him beers, got him talking.
Wow. So what is the cost of living like in Portugal, or is it pretty nice there? What is
Yeah,
it?
relatively cheap if you have a decent, stable job.
Mhm.
There's a taxation is ridiculous.
Oh, is
It's
it?
not, and it's not even how much you have to pay for income tax. There's a lot of things small things that you have to have verified in your own home. For example, I can't have gas natural gas for heating water unless somebody comes and inspects my gas to make sure everything is safe, and I have to pay for that. Like, I live on the 5th floor. We have an elevator. It's not enough that we do maintenance. Somebody has to come over and verify that maintenance has been done, and needs a seal of approval. And also, the entire building, we have to pay for that. And it's all those little things that add up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see. Other histories of comics, I really liked Jim Steranko's big tabloid histories of the golden age of comics that came out in the 70s.
I think, although that there were already a couple of urban legends that had solidified into fact, and since a lot of people use the Steranko books as a source, those legends keep getting printed and printed and printed, and everybody believes that they're true. I can't remember exactly which ones, but I really think that we need to stop being hung up on some of those legends, like the notion that Stan Lee created the Marvel Universe and things like that. Like, one thing I noticed, there is no way that you can consider Fantastic Four #1 the first book of the Marvel Age. Fantastic Four #1 is not different from any of the monster stories that were being published around the same time.
Right.
And the X factor that made Fantastic Four #1 stand out already existed. It had already been seen, not only, which was Jack Kirby. It was seen not only in the monster stories, but also in the westerns he did. When he took over Rawhide Kid, he was the one that made the hero with faults, and that we all rallied behind and supported, even when he was trying to do his best, even if he had a haunted past. And then when they also did a couple of war stories before the war anthologies were canceled in 1960. So those elements were already present in Marvel, even if they weren't branded Marvel, before Fantastic Four #1. Fantastic Four #1 itself is not something that breaks the mold or generates a revolution. It only comes afterwards, when they start building the universe.
Right. So probably when Submariner shows up in the Fantastic Four, that would probably maybe be the birth where you realize they're building something bigger and bringing back a character from 15 years before the kids were reading it were born. But the arguing maybe
I'm going a bit further. You have to wait until Amazing Spider-Man #1, because the Fantastic Four guest star in the Chameleon story. That's the first time that there's a universe mentioned. That you can tell that they're living in the same city, and they can appear in each other's stories. And that was in 1963. It was almost 2 years after Fantastic Four #1 had been published. So it was cumulative.
Yeah. And he tried to join the Fantastic Four in his second appearance. Yeah. And of course, but the arguing between the Thing and the Human Torch is just right out of Doc Savage. But you're right. The first Fantastic Four was very much a hybrid of the monster comics that had been around.
Even Thor's and Iron Man's first appearance, they're also the type of stories that you'd publish in the anthologies. If you didn't know that they had an assigned feature, if there hadn't been a second story, they would be just the same as the regular stories. It's a guy finds a mystical artifact, turns him into a god, and he uses it to drive back an alien invasion. And in Iron Man, the guy suffers an accident, and he has to build something that will allow him to escape his captors. It's a morality tale of the same type that appeared in the monster anthologies.
Yeah. Let's see.
And we can't forget that Marvel was publishing Millie the Model and Patsy Walker at the time. Mm-hmm. And they were not part of the Marvel universe yet. Patsy Walker was canceled in 1966. Mm-hmm. But until then, the character had 2 books out. So did Millie the Model. Right. And Millie the Model continued to be published until 1974, I think. So there's a continuity of things that are not Marvel, that are happen at the same time as the superheroes. So the notion that this is Atlas and this is Marvel is not exactly set in stone in that moment that became the official history.
Yeah, and yeah, Fantastic Four at first wasn't that different from Challengers of the Unknown, but it you know, it started when it started cooking, and by the middle of the decade, that was just the greatest thing in the world. I can't imagine what it would have been like to be a kid reading Fantastic Four in 1965 and getting each issue at the local convenience store, and reading it there right outside the store because you can't wait to get home. It would be wonderful.
Yeah, so, yeah, they were definitely cooking up something that was new and exciting. The DC Silver Age in comparison was boring, formulaic.
Except for Legion of Superheroes and Control, those felt more like kind of what Marvel was doing, and things.
Yeah, Arnold Drake tried his hand at writing at Marvel for a while, and it's a shame it didn't work because I can imagine Stan might have gotten out of the way earlier. Imagine having Roy Thomas, Danny O'Neill, and Arnold Drake all 3 in one place if it had worked. Because Danny O'Neill didn't stay too long; he went back to DC. Arnold Drake didn't work; he only had Roy. Then he had Steranko, but Steranko just did his thing and. Was a couple of years until they managed to get a couple more writers to completely take over what Stan was doing.
Yeah, this friend of mine, Tom Smith, that we did a show the other day. He was showing all the history of Sick magazine, and then the very late last few issues of Sick magazine, Arnold Drake took over and. He did this regular feature about a superhero named Ego Man that was Stan Lee. It was just, it was just really vicious and biting.
Yeah, even then, everybody knew that how big of an ego Stan Lee was.
Yeah, but if it was, without that Carney showman, I don't know that. I mean, he kind of needed to be there. I mean, if it wasn't for him, I don't think everything would have gelled and worked.
Of course, the idea when he could sell the idea of what he was doing to college audiences and show those college audiences hanging on his every word, that was important to keep comics alive as mainstream entertainment at a time when television was taking over. That's one of the things that Gabilier talks about in his book. It wasn't the comics code that destroyed the popularity of comics. It was television inside the house. Mm-hmm. Because now you didn't need to get up to go get something to enjoy. It was coming straight at you. It was visual, unlike radio. Comics complemented the radio shows. But TV could replace comics.
Yeah.
So the moment you had it in the house, it was one less thing that you had to spend money on.
But TV couldn't do what like EC or the horror comics were doing. It couldn't go that far. And then once the comics code came along, everything on TV was not that different from what you were getting in the neutered comics. trying to find a remote control here. Everything's like complete. You have no idea what a mess this is.
I actually do. We should see around here.
It's like you get the camera angle just right so people can't see that there's absolutely no place to walk. And I try to do these live streams thinking, well, I'll just put on a live stream and then I'll clean, and then that'll, people will maybe encourage me in the chat. But because I figure then I'll be accountable to someone but I'm just trying to get, it's fun to do the live streaming. It's like something I've dreamed about since I was like 4 years old, having like a TV or radio show. Let's see what people are saying here. Movie World says superhero stories were similar to the sci-fi anthology stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, wow.
There was a time when they experimented with Millie the Model and Patsy Walker in doing the Marvel style stories. They had continuity, and the characters bickered, and it was a more serious tone. I haven't read those stories, but I spend a lot of time on the Grand Comics Database website, looking over details on every issue, and that set of stories around 1965 to 1967. Well, Millie the Model continues until 1972, when it gets remade into the new Millie the Model. Mm-hmm. But for example, in Millie the Model, the model agency that they work for is in danger of closing. They actually have their relationships actually cause more friction between the friendship with the models. And in Patsy Walker, the Patsy and Hitty, both of them graduate high school. They start working. Buzz Baxter goes to Vietnam, then comes back injured. So there was that serious tone, even with where was teenage humor becomes teenage drama or young adult drama.
Yeah, I guess those comics must have sold really well. They always kind of in the soapbox page, it seems like they always kind of made fun of them a little bit, embarrassed about Millie the Model. But I guess it sold really well, and the Western comics must have sold really well because Marvel had a limited number of comics they could put out. The distributor didn't want to interfere somehow with DC, so that's why. So I always thought it was odd that Hulk, Submariner, Iron Man, Captain America had to have half a book. But if they had gotten rid of Millie the Model or something, or Kid Colt Outlaw, they could have had their own title. But they never did that until they were given unlimited amount of titles they can put out per month. Then they gave them their own titles in '68, and then they went insane in the early '70s with I don't know how many titles they had.
Yeah, that's when they got sold.
Stuff.
Yeah. So Independent News was owned by Harry Donenfeld, who was one of the co-owners of DC. In fact, Donenfeld was the type of mobster that was part of the printing mob, and he muscled Malcolm Wheeler Nicholson out of DC in the 30s. Mm-hmm. So he was not a reputable businessman.
Yeah. So I assume that there were a lot of maybe female readers that were buying the Millie the Model comics.
Sure. Half of the readers of comics until the 1950s were female. That's why the romance comics sold so well. I imagine that the moment they started having soap operas on TV, it took away some of that readership, because now they could have that same type of stories live and with movement on TV.
Yeah,
and what survived were the genres that were most difficult to replicate, which is superhero science fiction and horror.
Yeah, I noticed some of the horror titles with DC around the time that Dark Shadows was on television. They started to try to make them more gothic and aimed at girls. It seemed like they sort of became more gothic romance looking, Wuthering Heights looking, or they'd have little oval picture on the cover that looked a lot like the Dark Shadows paperbacks. Let's see, Eric Green, what's he saying here? I'd always heard that Wheeler Nicholson sold to Donenfeld to pay off gambling debts, and that he was a heavy drinker as well.
Yeah, those details are probably in the book. Wheeler Nicholson's granddaughter put out a book last year. It was promoted on the Comic Book Historians YouTube channel. I imagine that's probably there. I never saw the book for sale. I don't usually like to order stuff off the internet because if it gets stuck on customs, I'm gonna have to pay more than what a book is worth to get it out of there. But if I could have ordered it from the store at the time, I was a little low on money when so I couldn't order it. I would have been interested in reading more because Wheeler Nicholson was a pretty creative guy. He was just not a smart businessman, especially with dealing with these type of people that were in the printing industry. Basically, the business model was putting out paper and distributing paper. I mean, it was never about what's in the stories. And for Donenfeld and Leibowitz, it was never that. So the details, probably Bruno is right. I would have to read the book to make sure. Officially, Wheeler Nicholson was owing money to the printer, but Donenfeld used it to muscle and take over.
He says, I didn't read that, but I've read this in comic history books, so it's possible that the facts have been altered or watered down.
Yeah, that's also possible, yeah.
I've always thought these would make great movies about the comic book industry at any point in time. Great movies could be made about different parts of comic book history. We were talking, I think last night I was on a live stream talking about how many movies can you think of that have been about the comic book industry, and the one that comes to my mind first is a Jerry Lewis, Dean Martin movie called Artists and Models that was made in the early 50s, and there's a company putting out a comic called Bat Lady, and she's like this evil crime lord, and it's turning kids into horrible juvenile delinquents, and Jerry Lewis is a big fan of this comic book, and they show a cover. There's some covers that are framed in the publisher's office that look really cool, and then apparently the original art sold on, I guess, at Heritage Auctions, so you can get. Let me see if I can pull that up, but I'll find it on here. But then I can't remember what other movies we thought of, but
yeah, I've seen a couple, but they're usually not about the comics industry. The movies I've seen, they have the romantic notion that the artist draws a comic and then puts it out himself, and it's a big success.
Right.
Of course, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, let's see. I can share the screen here. Screen.
Maybe they could adapt our Chickens series, Hey Kids Comics, to a TV series. That would be interesting. Because
this is what that cover looked like. Can I blow this up? Yeah. So we have this great scan because this piece went up for auction, but it was shown in the Jerry Lewis movie, and it was on the wall of the publisher. And I thought I should just use this, go to the local print shop, print it out and frame it, because it's, I mean, it does, what is that, a watermark? Or they may have photographed this through a glass, some glass. But look at this illustration, the way that it's a parody of the pre-code horror. Even the mouse has a nail through him. Everybody's been nailed. So, this, I've never blown it up this much. By Abigail Parker, who is this beautiful artist that Dean Martin, falls in love with in the movie. And this movie is on I forget what it was, something we found on Roku, one of the free things. But it's, Shirley MacLaine poses for the artist. And don't know how many female artists there would have been, except maybe Marie Severin at that time period.
In the 50s, there were a few. I have a couple of. I'm not sure Ramona Fradon was already working.
But I don't think they look like that. Well, I don't know what Ramona Fradon. Yeah, she probably was. But I mean, I don't think she looked like, like she might have. What do I know? I don't mean to insult her. Her artwork I've always loved. This is like some interior art that you never see in the movie. You see her walking down the street being harassed by Dean Martin, and she's carrying some artwork in a portfolio, and this is like sticking out, but this is actually showing you what they produced. The Bat Lady and the Goon Men. If someone had some common sense in the comic industry, they'd get the rights to this and do this comic today. The Bat Lady and the Goon Men. And let's see what it says here. As our Bat Lady sails forth through her beloved Valley of the Goon, what? The Goon Men are back. I would buy this comic. Yes, they're back, and with Blobbo, the real gone Goon Man. This is freaking amazing. This movie is amazing. It's beautiful, bright colors. I'm getting all these stupid pornographic images from DC here, which is disgusting because, I mean, this is to sell. I better be careful what might pop up here because I get in trouble with YouTube. Of course, I don't know who owns, Microsoft. It's Bill Gates. Fucking creep. Yeah, but this is the publisher's studio. Yeah, that's the actress, right? So this is supposed to be basically Bill Gaines, right? And he's got this beautiful painting on the wall. And right over here is that front cover he's got framed. But that's the artist. And maybe Ramona is it Fradon?
Yeah, Fradon or Fradon.
I mean, that's a Spanish name, right?
Could be, or French.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, her art's wonderful. I've always loved her art. And but anyway, I don't know. It's Hollywood, but I don't know how many people know about that movie and Artists and Models.
Yeah, I'd heard about it, but I haven't.
That makes you want to see it, doesn't it? Let's see. My wife even liked it. We watched it a few weeks ago. I've been looking for it for years. Let's see what Eric Green's saying. We already saw that. Yeah. Let's see. I will have to watch Artists and Models. It sounds like a great movie. Do the libraries in Portugal have problems with customs because asking them to order it might be a workaround?
Libraries here, they rarely have books that are not in Portuguese. Only if it's something that is usually in a technical discipline that's important to have for people doing writing papers, or they need it for some engineering work or something. But if it's something like this would not get purchased by a library.
Well, what causes something to be held up by customs? Is it just random?
Sometimes they notice where the country's from. They look at the package and try to see how big it is. Try to imagine what's inside. They have to notice if they feel like they need to notice it, they will. So. Sometimes they just let it go. Sometimes they decide to be annoying just for the sake of being annoying.
Yeah, wow. That's why I wouldn't want to move to another country. But our current government makes me want to move to another country. But I don't know what it's like there. But it's just embarrassing. It's like the president of Russia seems a lot more competent. That's horrible.
Well, the president of Russia has former Russian spies exiled in England poisoned, so he's not very trustworthy.
Yeah, but there's horrible things that the people in charge here have done that are all these people hang themselves from doorknobs. I don't think that's very easy to hang yourself from a doorknob unless you're like a dwarf. How do you do that exactly? it's like, and it's like all these people, and it's always the same way. But anyway, enough about that. So, yeah. So, American comics, are they very available? Old American comics in stores? And,
No, no. When I buy something that's older, I usually wait until there's a new collection out, and I make sure I get it. The library I've been trying to build is with 80s independent comics, Nexus, Dreadstar, Rocketeer. I missed out on Alien Legion.
okay.
There was actually a Brazilian comic that tried to publish Epic Comics, and it only lasted 6 issues. They have the first 6. It was a 48-page comic, so it had the first 6 issues of Dreadstar in it, and then Alien Legion and Sisterhood of Steel would flip as the backup story, and that was my first contact with Epic Comics. But there usually weren't any follow-ups to those series, and they wouldn't mix Epic with the regular Marvel.
I've never read Dreadstar. It's really great.
Yeah. It started in Epic Illustrated. It was a storyline called The Metamorphosis Odyssey. And Dreadstar debuts in the 5th chapter. After that, there are 2 graphic novels which kind of are set in the future and merge Dreadstar with another character, Syzygy Darklock. And then the ongoing series starts, color series. And yeah, it's Starlin still doing cosmic adventures, but at the time he was not repeating himself. So there's the main bad guy kind of reminds you of Thanos, but it doesn't do the same things that Thanos does not act the same way. Dreadstar, he has self-doubts, but he's not Adam Warlock, and he has an interesting cast of characters. So the Dreadstar's good. I'm not sure how many stories have been reprinted. They usually try to get up to, I think they try to get at least to issue 12. Starlin goes until issue number 30, I think. Then the storyline ends. Luke McDonald starts drawing. The storyline shifts a little, and with number 41, Starlin quits, and he lets Peter David write the stories.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the first issues of Dreadstar yesterday at work. The owner pulled these comic boxes down from about 15 feet up. He must have gone up on a ladder. There's a whole wall of comic boxes. Just there must be, I don't know, 100 boxes in the back of the store, and he pulled down some that he had last gone through in like 2001, and what you find are these comics that he has they're bagged, and he has multiple copies of ones that didn't sell, or I don't know why he saved back certain ones, but like there'd be 27 copies of issue of Spider-Man from a certain time period, and they're all in bags, and basically they're file copies. They've never really been touched by anyone except to be put in a bag, and and so I pull them out, and I'm supposed to price them. And so it's not the time period I really, if it's a Spider-Man comic from the 60s or 70s, it's like, well, I know that, and I know its value this time. So I have to look it up. And so I trust mycomicshop.com, which is the old Lone Star Comics, that
Yeah,
they're about a mile or two away from me. I mean, it's weird. I've ordered stuff from them, and then it goes to another state, and then it comes back to Texas, and it's like, I often wondered, could I just like order from them and say, hey, can I stop by your lobby and can you just hand it to me and wait for postage, because you're 5 minutes away. But anyway, I look at their prices, and it's like, so I look, okay, here's their price in very fine condition, and it's like $28, and I know that their prices, people consider them to be, and I think, well, shoot, it's that expensive. But this is very fine condition. This is like something someone could get and send off to CGC, because it's like a brand new comic on Comic Day. There's no spine ticks or anything. So, I price it up a little bit, and as a file copy. And then, like the owner was saying the other day, I had this guy in that really knows a lot about comics. He was saying some of these prices are high. And it's like, well, I showed him. It was like, I just took it right out of mycomicshop.com. And obviously the guy wanted the comic, but it's like, I think he was looking at an issue of X-Men from, I don't remember what issue. It was like the 25th anniversary where they had the white border with all the little characters.
Yeah.
And it's Cyclops' head. And the price I put on it, he thought that was high. And so I showed him, and this is what they're going for. And these were file copies. And he says, yeah, you're right. And the guy just wanted it. And it was like, so it's like, you feel like an asshole when you're the person that prices comics. I don't want to be that guy that everyone hates. But I try to price reasonably, but
and bringing comics over here, if I go for the online stores, they're more expensive than dealers at a convention or a local comic shop. So, and I have to bring them in for myself, and I need to have a decent package because of how more expensive it becomes as we add weight. So I need to make sure that I can just buy one comic. I would have to buy 3 or 5 to make sure. But then the price starts heading up, and then the it goes up in weight class. Even if it's transported by sea, it's going to take a couple of weeks. So it's going to be way more expensive here than what it would be in the United States. So it's always better to just get a new trade paperback that collects the old issues, because now I have an entire storyline or an entire series. It's in a brand new format. It preserves the story for new readership. I think that's important. I'm the type of guy that says TPBs are the best thing ever, because they allow the stories to be available in a neat package for a new generation of readers. Otherwise, they disappear unless there are people like you or Charlton 66 or Night Tiger who will buy anything that's Golden Age related. Those stories don't exist. They don't get reprinted. Nobody reprints old Harvey comics from the 1950s. And so they will tend to disappear. The new generations won't know they exist, and they won't care. So it has to be someone who is really into that time period that will try to keep them alive for a new generation.
Yeah, I never really thought about it. So Portugal's right next to Spain. I just had to look at my phone.
Yeah.
for earlier, I guess I was, for some stupid reason, I was thinking it was South America for a minute, but no, that doesn't make sense. Portugal's where the language comes from, and that's why they speak it in South America. So stuff has to cross an ocean to get to you. That's a little bit of a problem, I guess. Is Amazon, anything you order from Amazon, does it get to you pretty easily, or do they not?
People order from Amazon. It usually gets here a couple of days, especially if we could order from the UK, but now since they left the European Union, now we have to pay taxes on import duties on material that comes from Amazon UK, and English language stuff does not appear on Amazon Spain or Amazon France in the same quantity. So you either order from the UK or from the US, but you still have to pay import duties.
Yeah. So, wow. Yeah, it's something I never really thought about. Is just if you move elsewhere, the accessibility of things.
Because the idea wasn't that we would buy the American originals. It used to be easier to sell licensed material in other countries, but nowadays sales of everything that I have to do with paper have gone down. Right now we don't have any newsstand publisher in Portugal doing comics. The last one, they went out of business. They had the rights to Disney. They got the rights to most of Marvel. There was no DC. A few publishers, they do co-production with newspapers, so they usually get a packet. They pick up the rights to a package that was made in Spain or in France or the UK, and they do a Portuguese edition, and they sell it along associated sales with newspapers. So you buy the newspaper to get, and you pay extra, and you get the comic. They're usually cheap graphic novels. They're hardcover, but they're cheap. They're under $15, 128 pages. So it's and since they come with the newspapers, they have a higher print run, and you have a nice collection of not completely related stories. I'm using those newspaper collections to get European comics. I have a complete set of Jean Van Amme's 13, and I was trying to build up a Largo Winch, which is from the same writer but with a different artist. Largo Winch used to have a TV series made in Canada about 20 years ago.
So, yeah, so Amazon is trusted. The customs doesn't analyze Amazon items. Well, you get it from Amazon in England, you said.
Yeah, then they know that they add an import duty. So you know that you have to pay extra when you make the purchase.
Yeah. So, what is the biggest? Are there comics produced in Portugal currently?
Yeah. Right now, there's the biggest publisher has the rights to the Asterix and Lucky Luke and a few other French series. They're part of a large book publishing venture. So they have those are the most expensive licensing rights, and they have those. All the rest are smaller operations. They're run by enthusiasts with a good business sense. And one of them is a Danish company with a Portuguese subsidiary. Another one is made by people whose family has been in comic publishing for quite a while. They used to belong to the old. Their family worked for the old French licensor of French comics. Then there's a few other smaller ones. There's one who specializes in indie books. They put out a bunch of Brazilian artists here in Portugal. They have a book that I need to buy, which is a biography of the boxer Harry Saft. It was made in Germany by an artist called Reinhard Kleist, and it has a Portuguese edition. And my LCS used to put out comics because he doesn't put out much stuff lately, but every once in a while he comes out with a new book.
So as far as getting American originals, I imagine wherever there were American servicemen, maybe in France, maybe guys had collections and they sold them when they got orders to move to another country, and maybe they would filter throughout Europe.
Well, we used to have newsstand copies of Marvel Comics.
Okay.
The first US editions I bought were newsstand copies. They came with the US newspapers. There's always in the large cities, there's always that one newsstand that has foreign magazines and foreign newspapers.
Oh, okay. So that's how actual original copies would filter through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in the 80s, somebody had an idea. In the late 80s, let's start selling foreign comics, and they figured out what they had to do to import. It was before even before Diamond had an exclusive. A friend of mine used to have a 1994 Capital Comics catalog. It was called Advanced Comics.
Okay.
1994, 1995. I remember Marvel wasn't in it because they had already started Heroes World. So,
yeah. Heroes World, was that owned by Marvel?
yeah, it was the one that wrecked the market for everybody.
I mean, I think I've got these catalogs for Heroes World. I don't know. I didn't know they were put out by Marvel. That's interesting because they were on the spinner racks in stores. There was just another comic, but it was a catalog that you flip through, and it would show all the toys that were available. And the art was all done by students at Joe Kubert's comic book art school. Some better than the others, but all obvious Kubert kind of imitation art. Yeah, that's it. So that must have gone through Marvel's distribution. Yeah, those are really fun to look at. Those catalogs from Heroes World.
Yeah, when I started buying, I think when I started buying, Marvel had already been bankrupt, so they already went through into bankruptcy, so they had already shut down Heroes World. It started around late 97, early 98.
Okay. Yeah, that was not a good time period. Yeah, that's why some of those comics, and then around that time period, the art is just dreadful. It must be why. Wow.
They were getting better. Heroes Reborn kind of forced the Marvel offices to put out a better product. The good artists at the time were all on Spider-Man and X-Men books. Then they gave the Avengers and the Fantastic Four to the Image guys. The Marvel people were not very happy with the idea, but there was at that time they tried putting out a bunch of different titles, and they had a lot of good people in them. I remember that Kazar was drawn by Andy Kubert, and Heroes for Hire was drawn by Pascual Ferry, a Spanish artist. He was okay. Alpha Flight at the time was written by Steven T. Siegel. So yeah, they tried to make sure that they were putting out a good product and that it didn't look cheap.
So, what do you know about that group of Spanish artists that worked for that sold their artwork to Warren, for Vampirella and all those titles in the 70s?
It was a studio in Barcelona. They were called Selecciones Ilustradas.
Right. Have you seen the documentary about that studio that someone made?
No, but I need to. A few of those artists were even published around here. There was a guy called Manfred Sommer. He had a series about a foreign journalist correspondent called Frank Cappa. That was one of their best series. There was a painted science fantasy series called The Mercenary by Vicente Segreles. Segreles was a commercial artist, sort of like Luis Royo. And so the only comic he actually put out was The Mercenary, but that thing was beautiful. It was amazing painted art. The only guy in Europe who could do better than him was probably Don Lawrence, a British artist who created a science fiction series called Storm. There was actually published in the Netherlands.
Huh. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there was Jose Ortiz had a few series. It came out in a magazine called CMOC. It was sort of a Spanish equivalent of heavy metal. It was half French comics and the other half made by the Spanish artists from the studio.
Yeah, this guy made a documentary called Love Strip, and I guess everything on here is probably okay to play on YouTube, since this is YouTube that I'm looking at. So I don't think I'm going to stumble on something inappropriate for YouTube if I'm sharing YouTube. But it's multi-part, and I think if you watch the whole thing, it's probably about 6 hours. But it's about Jose Gonzalez and this whole art studio in Spain. And Jose Gonzalez was kind of, he just played around, and then on Friday he'd come in and do all the art for the whole week, and it was beautiful, and people couldn't understand. He could just play around and do a whole week's worth of work in one day. And so it's about Jose Gonzalez. His nickname was Pepe Gonzalez, and it's very depressing, but it's about but because he had a very, very rough life. And anyway, this guy is trying to do a documentary, and then Jose Gonzalez dies right when he's about to interview him, and but it goes through. It even shows the model that posed for Vampirella and what she looked like, and she's basically was Vampirella. You know, she's still alive, and it's I guess it's this guy here, and I did this guy here is where you need to go. Tony, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Makoski.
Okay. What language is that?
Makoski. Not sure.
But it's really cool. I guess I should put. Oh, it's what is that? It's anyway, he's got this documentary. I guess there's 6 episodes. So let's look at playlist. So you go to this playlist. This will take you a day, but you know, everyone being locked down, you know, people could sit and stream this. But yeah, there's all these parts to it. This one's 2 hours long. This one's almost 3 hours. But if you're into Vampirella, you should watch this. It's great. And how do I make that go away? And then I think he's got other stuff that's kind of fun, like these Barbie commercials, and they're just all he has is that documentary and these cool commercials. See, that's cool. He looks like G.I. Joe, but boy, that kid had some teeth. Can you tell what country that's from? Is that from Spain?
Yeah, those sound like they're from Spain. They're the type of.
Look at these toy commercials. You think we're looking at like 74 or something there?
Probably 78 to 1982, something like that.
Yeah. The ones that. Yeah. So what I remember from that time period that was on American television that never stopped. Oh, I got to shrink this. Was you ever heard of Action Jackson?
No, I remember G.I. Joe being Action Force.
Okay, there was you know the company Mego, obviously, but they were trying to do a G.I. Joe type character, and they created this character Action Jackson that was 8 inches tall, but it wasn't cool looking because he looked like Dr. Smith from Lost in Space. He really had a weird looking face, but then the next year his body became the prototype for all the superheroes in Planet of the Apes. It's the same basic thing. But this commercial, every station break this commercial played with this theme. It's just burned into my head. It's this commercial here.
Jackson Jackson is my name. Bold adventure is my game. Think of what you'd want to be, then call on me.
I want to be Frogman.
Jackson Jackson. Jackson Jackson.
An Aussie Marine.
Jackson Jackson.
A firefighter.
Jackson Jackson.
A karate expert. Ski Patrol.
Jackson Jackson is my name. Bold adventure is my game.
Jungle Safari.
Action Jackson Adventure Outfits.
Jackson Jackson.
All sold separately
Jackson Jackson.
by Amigo.
Yeah, so that's
Looks like they got a Tom Jones impersonator to do the theme.
there's somebody has a collection of just almost every commercial. It's like 45 minutes of it. This is probably it because it's like an hour long.
Jackson Jackson.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. But it goes through all the superheroes, Planet of the Apes, Star Trek.
And you see, even Dynamite.
See, that later became the Planet of the Apes house, tree house.
Now you know why she's called Dynamite.
Oh boy, this guy's creepy. Yeah, there were an infinite number of commercials for that, but then they started doing the cool stuff later. Yeah, this.
Intellect threatens the Enterprise. The Star Trek alien.
Yeah, there's YouTube has just got infinite amounts of fun. I wish YouTube wasn't so political as far as the censorship and everything, and I'd have a much higher opinion of it. But there's just like so much is available on YouTube that you just never would have dreamt. And I create these playlists. I don't know if people look at them, but they're all pretty much available, I think, for people to go through. But it says I have no playlist. What? Wait, there they are. Maybe it had trouble thinking. I'm always just adding stuff, and then I figure I'll record it because I'm afraid it'll disappear. And so I like here I've got all this psychedelic stuff that I've been using behind me, and then shoot,
Texas homeowners, if you're currently paying these guys
hundreds of please, my God, how do I get back? Oh, okay. So, but what I've done is. This is music I was going to use, but I like in June, music I discover whenever I find some music I like, I'll like it during the month of June, which is the month we're in now. I put it in this playlist, and then I've got all these other. How do I look at all of them? Maybe that's how you do it. Yeah. So, if you're some states in the United States are completely still shut down. I don't know what it's like in Portugal. I mean, do they have all the stores shut down still and the restaurants?
The restaurants have a maximum number of people allowed per table.
Right.
And then they have to close by a certain time.
Are people starting to stop? Are they stopping wearing masks? Or are they also?
No, it's mandatory to wear mask on the street.
Even on the when you're outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I wish it's starting to relax here in Texas, and then the president called the governor of Texas a Neanderthal and how stupid he's going. And then everything it's like, oh wait, there were no deaths this week, and it's like, oh, that it kind of embarrassed them. They were hoping we would. Horrible things would happen in Texas, but anyway, things are starting to relax a bit. I don't know, but here this one's kind of fun because I made this one music to read comic books by, and it's just like comic book related kind of music. And then a lot of these are actually the background music that they would use in the Marvel superheroes cartoon, and it's just library music, and SpongeBob used a lot of it too. So, because the people that it's all just library music. How do I do that? And then somewhere in here, there's a really great thing. Oh, I forget that I can use my thumb. I've got a screen where I can touch it. This one here is priceless because this is the guy that wrote all the themes to that '66 cartoon, and he
when I wrote these superhero songs, by the way, no one hired me to do that. I did them all on spec. My first song was Hulk. I noticed when I read the comic books that Hulk was referred to as a monster clown, so I realized they didn't want this character to be too dark, too monsterish. Therefore, the song came out something like this. Doctor's banner, belted by gamma rays, turns into the Hulk. Ain't he a glamour race? Wrecking the town with the power of a bull. Ain't no monster clown who is as lovable as ever-loving Hulk. Hulk.
So I figure the comic he got as reference because he didn't know these characters and he wanted to make some money. He must have picked up, what was it, the second or third issue of Avengers where they have the Hulk painted like a clown?
Maybe, or the issue of the Hulk where he fights the Circus of Crime.
And is he painted like a clown in that too?
Don't remember, but Circus of Crime did not look very menacing. They never did.
Yeah. So it's just great. He sings all the songs, and including the Merry Marvel Marching Society song. It's a wonderful piece of history to me. And he talks about how he met Stan Lee and all this. It's 8 wonderful minutes.
That you ain't heard nothing yet. 'Cause I write songs with punch, with clout. Superhero songs that'll knock you out. Songs that touch your heart are songs you won't forget. Such as when Captain America throws his mighty shield. All those who chose to oppose his shield must yield. If he's led to a fight and a duel is due, then the red and the white and the blue will come through. When Captain America throws his mighty shield.
Anyway, his name is Jack Urbant. And I think in the show it says Jacques because he's French. That these cartoons were made in Canada. But anyway, so there's all kinds of stuff. If you get into my playlist, it's people. If there are people that are, if you're not allowed to go anywhere by your government in whatever state or country you're in, there's all of my obsessive compulsive insanity, and at least this is unhealthy. I know my wife tells me this, but that all these playlists and but at least I'm not buying 15 copies of the same issue of Venom with different covers and spending $150. But I think it's a little. We had my wife's family was visiting, so I tried to figure. They had a baby, and I was trying to figure out videos to make crying babies shut up. So I created a playlist of things that could be used in case you've got a crying baby. But I've just been doing this for years. political shit. Watch these. Let's see what. Watch these too. It's the second installment of Watch These. Oh, see, this is bad when you see that a bunch of the videos you saved have been deleted. Then you realize, well, what were those? And now they're not available. It must have been something cool.
The hawk
This
is
is
out to
cool.
get you. He's a mean, dirty bird, and he'll use dust, wind, rain, everything he's got to wreck your beautiful natural. How can you handle the hawk? Get your natural.
They're commercials from a show called Soul Train. There was a soul. It's
Together
kind of
with
like
the hawk
American
handlers
Bandstand.
from AfroSheen. Shampoo out the hawk's dirty work with AfroSheen concentrated shampoo. It conditions while it cleans. And to protect against dryness and future hawk attacks, there's AfroSheen conditioner and hairdress.
They don't make commercials like this anymore.
Test against the hawk. It's AfroSheen holding hairspray,
like,
a protein hairspray that holds even in.
It's like, how do you become Pam Grier?
Now that you've decided to be beautiful, stay beautiful, and keep your proud natural together.
If it wasn't for YouTube, how would we have ever accumulated all this? I used to have to trade with people in other states, you know, and my friend would trade with people in England, VHS cassettes to get all the weird, cool stuff that we would wind up putting on that show with the hypnotic eye that I was showing earlier. Now you can just pull it off of off of YouTube. You can fall
20
down
years
those
ago,
rabbit holes.
20 years ago, there was a blog that used to accumulate videos of Portuguese TV commercials.
Oh yeah,
there wasn't even YouTube yet.
Oh yeah, are they pretty cool in Portugal?
Yeah, a few of them are translated from other countries. You can tell from some butter commercials, some of those toy commercials, like those ones that you showed earlier. They came from Spain. They just had a different voice. The Captain Lasagna came from Germany. No, it came from the UK. There's a great commercial that only plays on Portuguese TV now. It was made with British actors, and it's about a seasonal chocolate, Ferrero Rocher. But they still show the original commercial from 25 years ago on Portuguese TV to this day, even though the two actors in it are like in their 70s and 80s.
Cool. This is a bunch of playlists I saved that other people created, and like early Chinese animation. This is interesting. Let's see. Hold on, let's find some cool. Anyway, there's an artist named Milton Knight that I'm friends with on Facebook. I mean, I've never talked with him, but you know, he shares these playlists, and he has a really cool playlist that he's created. And so I think I got that playlist. He shared that playlist, but anyway, you just go through and cinema snack bar ads and snipes. Icky Twerp was a local kid show host, and there's a bunch of episodes of The Shadow, the radio show, and a bunch of great music with this is a great playlist. So if I ran a store or something, I just put on a playlist and just let it go. It's just there's so much that you could use. Anyway, I must have created a playlist of what was available, the Marvel cartoon here. There's just little bits here and there that escaped the censorship, because for the most part they have See, the sound is way too loud there. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I now that I can figure out how to share screens, I could do like a variety show, or occasionally I could put on a cartoon while I went to the restroom or something, or make it more like that show I used to do with my old friend. Because I have to pay like $20-something a month to do all this stuff. But let's see what people have been saying in the chat. Dreadstar was great. I just never read Dreadstar, and Nexus was always a comic that I felt like I should get because the art looked beautiful. But it's just amazing. And let's see.
Hey, Bill.
Okay.
That was half an hour ago almost.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at the time. Eric Green, Gratu, could you DM me that guy's channel name? I can't read it on my phone. I want to check these out. When was that? That 527. I think, was that guy me? Or what guy? Eric, tell me what guy you're talking about. Because I'm not sure, because I can't see these comments when I'm sharing the screen. My wife loves Ferraro chocolates. And let's see. Meyer says, hey guys, just got back home and happy to see that you guys are still alive. And he says, by the way, I'm Portuguese. Sorry. My grandfather was from, how do you pronounce that?
São Jorge.
Oh, wow. Okay. And then what does it say? What is the next word?
Linguiça. It should have a diacritic under the C, like in Francois. It's the most common sausage we have in Portugal.
What is Azor? I've never heard of Zorian in my life.
The Azores are an archipelago in the middle of the Atlantic. Oh. There's an American air base in one of the islands.
Oh, okay.
And the majority of people of Portuguese descent in the United States came from the Azores. And most of them live in Newark or in Providence. There are a few in California and Hawaii as well.
Oh, okay. Eric wants to see the Warren guys, so I'm gonna have to go back and find that. Let's see. Yeah, and I'll make it bigger. Let's see. So let me share screen again. And Tom is, if you want to come on, you're welcome to as well. Let's see. Hold on. We got here. Come on. I'm having our trouble. Okay. So Movie World is using Tom's real name. So, okay. So Tom was trying to be real slick and use a fake name, and he chose Smith. Tom's been backstage. He's sitting there waiting to come on. I'm so sorry, Tom. I'm completely oblivious.
I thought maybe you didn't want me on the show or something.
No, I've done that to you. I don't know what. I didn't even see. I'm trying to figure all this out.
I was sitting there. I was thinking, should I say something? Or it says he knows I'm here, but I don't know.
How does it know that I know you're there? How do they get inside my head?
It just says that. It says the host can see you, and
I could. Yeah, but you have to have the StreamYard screen on the primary screen. Otherwise, you won't notice.
Yeah,
Tom, you should have mentioned something because I would have seen it and I would have told Gradu.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
See, what happens is they say it's best to have two monitors, and I'm not rich enough yet. If you have two monitors, you can see what people are seeing. But when I share, I'm seeing the whole screen is what I'm sharing, and I'm just assuming that I'm still, I have to look down at my phone here, and then I see what. But anyway, so Eric.
Yeah, that's what streamers on Twitch do. They have two screens, but I don't have two screens either. Hey, Eric. Hey, Meyer.
Greenblatt says, hey, Tom. Yeah, he came to California to start the family dairy ranch in the California Central Valley.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
I was
anyway,
surprised that
Paulo, do you know of Tom? Have you seen me interview him before?
Yeah, since I've been catching up on your videos and on Graphic Man's, I've seen that Tom is a regular, so
Yep.
I'm not used to seeing him around.
Tom's up in Canada, and he's like a real authority on the history of humor magazines. And he's got some weird oddball comics, and he's really just as much of an authority as he is on the humor magazines on the history of pop music, up to especially the early 60s and 50s and going back to the 20s. I mean, he knows everything. He's got a channel called Lime Popsicle, and what are your other channels called?
Well, one of them is the Lime Popsicle, and that's more on 50s and 60s obscure music that I like, and then I have my Tom Smith channel here, and I have Cast Pajamas 1, which is music from the about 1901 up to 1959, and everything's organized by year, so I have a playlist for each year for that 60 years or so of music, and so you can look at my channel, unlike other channels like the Atticus Jazz one that you mentioned, mine's a little different because I focus on the best-selling recordings of the year, and I give chart stats in the descriptions. So it was the actual popular music that people were listening to at the time, which it's fun to listen to that. I was going to say that. I was surprised that Movie Roll Comics used my real name there. That was a little jarring.
People call me by my real name on here. It's like, I don't think anyone's going to like steal your identity or anything.
No, it's fine. But there was something I always wonder about Movie Roll Comics, though. If you go to his channel, all the videos are a little kid talking about something, comics or something, right? Is he that little kid? Or is he the father of that little kid? I've always wondered that, because he doesn't talk like a little kid. He sounds like he's like 50 years old,
Yeah.
He might be a very intelligent little kid, though.
Well, yeah, because he could be very precocious and amazing kid. That's when I was a kid, if I had this technology, I'd be watching older people talk about comics because that's the kind of kid I was. I don't know. We're not quite sure.
Yeah. I only became an old man at age 23. So
you're only 23. Well, you are a young man, Paulo.
No, I became an old man at age 23. I'm 41 now.
Oh,
so I'm even much older than I am.
I would have believed you if you said you're 23. I was ready to believe you on that.
No. I usually say that I started reading comics before I was born. Because the Marvel, since we were getting the translated editions of Marvel comics, they were still publishing stuff from the 1970s up to 1980, 1981, 2. Yeah, my first Doctor Strange story was from 74.
Did you say you're 41?
Yeah.
So you're a couple of years younger than I am then. So that's
I thought you were 42.
43.
43. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Right.
Your wife is 43, right?
Yeah, but I keep thinking she's 42 because I don't acknowledge the passing of time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you in your Grotuville, it's still what?
I don't even. Sometimes I have to count to figure out how old I am. I'm 56, by the way.
Eric Green is actually 23,000 because he was the main star of the Flintstones.
Who Gratu was?
Eric Green.
Oh, Eric Green.
That's the joke on the Eglinton streams that he looks like Fred Flintstone.
No, he doesn't look like him at all. I don't know why anyone would think that.
No, he doesn't. No. Have you seen the Flintstones movie with John Goodman as Fred Flintstone and Rosie O'Donnell as Wilma?
Yeah, many years ago.
Casting's good except for Rosie O'Donnell. I mean, Fred and Barney look pretty spot on, but then putting Rosie O'Donnell in that movie makes it a piece of shit.
You want to hear something really crazy? I probably shouldn't admit this because it's embarrassing. Not as embarrassing as what you just did there, but
I'm just trying to do subliminal. I'm testing to see if subliminals, how they work on StreamYard.
Oh.
I'm just I downloaded these pictures, so I'm just trying to figure out. I wonder what country that's from and what that is.
Vivi Hernandez almost. I can check it out on
You can look
Discogs.
this up on YouTube. Luis Vivi Hernandez. It's got to be here. I'll look it up. But you keep going, Tom. I'm sorry. I'll do it
Now
on
I
another
don't know
screen.
if I should share it now as you interrupted. I don't know if I should share it. I was going to say, no, I don't want to share it. Never mind.
No, don't do that.
I'm
Luis Vivi
embarrassed.
Hernandez.
I'm embarrassed.
Luis Vivi Hernandez is from Mexico.
Okay.
He was in a band called Los Crazy Boys.
Mexico.
Mexican rock and roll band formed in Mexico City in 1959.
All right. Let's see what it sounds like. That's a great picture sleeve. You got to admit.
Gratu.
Yeah.
Could I give you a link to my favorite playlist that I've made?
Yeah, and we can look at it here together and maybe play little bits of the music.
Okay.
Let's see what this song's like. Someone's made a video for it. Are you guys seeing this?
Raising grass-fed Angus cattle.
Grass-fed Angus cattle. Yeah.
Homero, ya hace café.
What the hell is this shit? Oh, it's a Spanish version of Monster Mash. That's just okay. So it's a Spanish version of Monster Mash.
So
yeah.
So
Okay.
here, I'll give you a link to this. You can save this playlist if you want. You know, if you want a look into my soul, you know, this is my favorite. Some of my favorite music. You know.
Okay. What do I type in here?
For what?
You can see the Let's see what suggestions they have for me. I wonder what YouTube thinks I will like. Yeah, let's not worry about it.
Where would you like me to give you the link?
Right, well, can you just tell me and I'll type it into. Is it on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. What is it I would type into the search
Well,
bar?
I'll give you the link over here. I mean, because you don't want to type.
You're not even. You can't even see what I'm looking at now. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I gave you the link on StreamYard.
Okay, I'm not. Let me figure out how to do this.
Because I could say, you know, type in PL93D1B259D86EFAC7. That's a lot to put in, you know.
It says you have found out my secret. I knew you would find it out.
So you're the kid. Wow, this kid is amazing. This kid really doesn't seem like a kid. Like, this is an intelligent kid.
No. Sometimes that happens.
I know. I've had a few intelligent kids on my song channels that are into like music from the 20s and, you know.
Oh, kids. Cool. I hit that. You had to send it in private chat and it opens up on a separate window. Okay, that's so amazing. I'm amazed by technology. Okay,
Kids
so you want me to share that? What came up? So I'll hit share screen.
Yeah, you can share that.
Okay, Chrome tab.
You can save it too if you want in those.
Oh, definitely.
Because I saw you have a bunch of your playlists. So these are some of my favorite records of all time.
Okay, so it's showing now, right?
And I've posted them all. They're showing, yes.
Okay, and this is your page, the Lime Pop Circle.
Yeah. So, you know, they're all fine. You're not going to get a strike for any of these. Are you familiar with any of them?
Well, let's see. I know. I know that picture of her looks very familiar. I know Kathy Kirby. I know the Angels. Teresa Brewer, Linda Scott. Oh, I love Linda Scott. Rosie and the Originals, love her. Shelley Fabre, Linda Scott again. Haley Mills, of course. I don't know Kathy Linden. I'm looking forward to. Of course, I know the Mermaids. Yeah, this is the Pixies 3. Yeah, you told me about that around my birthday. About they did the great version of
right.
Dodie Stevens. I know her. Bernadette Carroll. Yeah, Diane Ray. I'd say I know a good 40% of them. Reparata and the Delrons did that. Whenever a teenager cries.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's a great record.
Let's see. Claudine Longet, I know her. Ponytails, You Born Too Late, yeah. Skeeter Davis, yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to know a lot of them. Mary Hopkin, of course.
Yeah.
I don't know Babs Tino. That sounds like a mobster's girlfriend.
It's a great song. It's a funny one.
Yeah, this is great.
It sounds like a mobster's girlfriend. That was
Well, I mean, it's just Babs. There's something about Babs that just.
Yeah.
Miss Kathy Brasher. Does she use Miss on the record
Yeah, she did.
As part of her name?
Yeah.
Maureen Corcoran. I had the biggest crush on her.
Oh, yeah.
She was in
Bachelor Father.
Bachelor Father, yeah.
She's cute.
She doesn't look the same as she did. I shouldn't say that in case she's watching, but
like 70 years later, you know.
Yeah, that tends to happen.
Yeah. Rachel
Sweet is more contemporary, but yeah, I've got that record. This record, I've got that record.
Hans Strangelife is a big fan of Sandy Posey. He was so glad to find her recordings on my channel.
Okay, so Hans Strangelife's been on this particular. Yeah, so this is one of the playlists, and you can see I'm already subscribed, and I have the bell rung, and I think I've already saved this playlist.
Have you?
I'm almost positive I have.
You can save it with that thing, right? The plus sign there, I think.
Where's that?
On the left of the screen. Yep. Beside that. No, beside. Until
that. Let's see if I did. Saved a library. Well, that's weird because it didn't ask me what. Oh, no, that's right. I don't save the playlist inside a playlist. Yeah, I thought I already saved this. I know this is on your. Now, you were saying there's another mystery channel you have that you would reveal at some time.
Oh boy.
Are you ready for that?
I don't know. I'm kind of embarrassed by that one. I don't know.
Well, it's not Snuff Films, is it?
No. But I sing a lot on it. I'm not embarrassed by that.
Oh, it's like karaoke.
Some of it is.
It can't be any more embarrassing than the stuff I did a few months ago.
Have you heard my?
I'm not embarrassed by, but
listen. The secret to karaoke: if you are drunk, you will believe you're a great singer. If your friends are drunk, they will agree with you.
Yeah. But
there's something about her from a distance. Sandy Selsey looks a little like Carolyn Jones.
Really?
Not really. No, I take it back.
Not really.
It's just one little small picture. I don't know. Never mind.
But if you want to play any songs, feel free to do so. You know.
Oh sure, yeah. Let's see. Let's see what other playlists you've got within this.
Sure.
This is your main channel. Now you've got other channels dedicated to other time periods.
Yeah. Now, hard to find singles from the 50s and 60s. You might like a lot of those too. I've got 8 different playlists of that.
How many hours of music do you think's on here?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
I'm sure I will love every single one of these. I don't know how loud that's. This is the era that I love, and this is the music that kids were listening to when they read the first issues of Fantastic Four and everything. This is what was playing on the radio to a certain degree. Wow. The amount of time it took. Did you transfer these from your own records or you found them somewhere?
Some of them I did, yeah.
Did some of them you create the video and the images and having them pop up at certain times?
Yeah. Well, I created all the videos. Yeah, I usually just use one image, but the descriptions are it took me a long time to write the descriptions. For every video that you see, like I would do research on everything. And if you look at the descriptions, like I have a bunch of information.
Desert home? Really?
Like if you look at the description under the video.
Okay.
You put that down. Yeah. And you show more. You see, I put I typed out original Billboard reviews, chart stats. That's a great record. That's one of my favorite records.
Oh yeah, show more. Yeah, that's a lot of work you did. This is an amazing
So for everyone, it'd take like maybe half an hour to an hour to do each one, you know, to research everything and put it together.
Yeah.
So it was many hours doing this.
And then you were showing me that you had autographed pictures from at least one of these girls that thanked you for doing this, for keeping her music alive.
That was Bernadette Carroll.
Yeah.
And also Linda Jansen of the Angels. I also knew one of the Pixies 3, Kay Krebs. I was friends with her as well.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So have you ever heard me do Elvis?
Not sure.
Well, look up. Okay, I'll give you a hint here. Okay.
Look how many subscribers you have. 35,000. I can't even break 260.
I've got more on the Tom Smith channel, but
well,
so,
what is that channel? I want to look at that real quick. I don't mean to divert you.
Which one? Cat's Pajamas one or?
But yeah, let's look at Cat.
Yeah, look at that one.
There it is. Yeah, I'm subscribed to it.
51,000. So now if you look at the playlist, I have like a playlist for each year. So if you click on playlist, you'll see.
Oh yeah.
And they're basically the hits of each year from 1901 up to 1959.
Well, see, what you've done here is you've created an amazing archive of all of this, and then your collection of humor magazines. I wish that they could all be. I don't know how you would share that, but
I had a channel that covered the 60s and 70s and 80s, but I lost it, though, unfortunately, with copyright strikes.
Oh, really? Okay.
That was a long time ago, yeah. I posted too much, I think, from, like, the 80s. I shouldn't have done that. I should have stuck to the 60s and just stopped there.
Yeah. It's so weird, you know, what will be a copyright strike and what won't.
But as you can see, all of this here, like you can post a lot of music and not get a copyright strike.
Yeah. So what was the last time you loaded something? 4 years ago?
Yeah. I'm basically retired from, that took a lot of my time doing this.
So I can imagine. This is like a full-time job.
Yeah, yeah. I used to have a girlfriend at one time, and I was doing this while I was with her even, you know. I was so focused on doing this, and I don't know if I'd be like, I'll be with you in a second when I finish posting this, you know, song, you know, or something. I was pretty obsessed with doing this for a while.
Do you have any music from that time period that comes from Portugal or is recorded in Portuguese?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't have any Portuguese music.
Huh.
Sorry. But do you want to hear me do Elvis?
I guess so. Yeah.
Would you play that on your? Would you play it here?
You know, John Philip Sousa.
Do it live.
You know, John Philip Sousa was of Portuguese descent.
Who was?
John Philip Sousa.
Oh, the great John Philip Sousa, really.
That's cool.
He's the king of the marching songs, you know. Amazing music. I love it. I love his marches. I absolutely love them.
Yeah.
So Line Popsicle and Elvis, and it should come up. Okay, so now go to the Blue Christmas one. I think that was my best one.
Oh.
And play it with full volume on your stream here so everybody can hear it. So this is me singing.
That's pretty good.
Thanks.
So blue, just thinking about you. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree. Only the same, dear, if you're not here with me. And when the
It's better than when they try to do them in movies.
You'll be doing alright with your Christmas of white. Lord, I'll have a blue Christmas.
Does he do this part in the real song?
I don't think so. I just wanted to do it.
Was that because you forgot the lyrics? Or?
No.
I just don't remember that part.
Blue Christmas. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's really good.
Thanks. I sing a lot of songs on that channel, Wine, Popsicle, and Pants.
Yeah.
If you go to the playlist, you'll see a whole playlist of me doing all sorts of songs. I don't do them all as Elvis. Most of them I do as myself. But, you know, if you want to hear my real voice too, you can listen to me do any of those songs, you know, or.
Wow. This is great. So, which one should I go to?
What song?
Or did you want me to go to another song?
How about that playlist there, The Line Popsicle Sings? Did you see
I'm
it?
trying to figure out, whoa, shoot, what am I doing? Oh, well, hey, that brings me to the comments, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry.
It was just there. You just missed it.
Okay.
Scroll down.
Okay. Lime popsicles and pants.
Yeah, Pants is my cousin. Up. Sorry.
Up. Okay.
Yeah, the playlist Line Popsicle Sings.
Oh, that's a playlist. View for
Yeah.
playlist. Okay. All right.
So that's 65 recordings I've made.
Oh, wow.
One of my favorite ones was the first one up there, There's Always Me. I thought I did a really good job. Have you heard that song before?
Who does the original?
Elvis.
Oh, okay.
But they're not all Elvis songs. It's just a coincidence. But that's me, not Elvis, doing it.
So everything in this playlist is you.
Yeah.
When the evening shadows fall and you're wondering who to call.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like it was recorded 60 years ago. It's cool.
Yeah, people would tell me I have an old-fashioned voice.
Yeah.
There's always me.
Wow.
If you're grateful.
The worst Elvis impersonator I've ever seen. I went to this mall that's been torn down since, and there was a guy performing that was weirder looking than Tiny Tim. and my friend who passed away a few years ago and I saw this guy, and then somehow he invited this guy or paid him to perform at a house party. And I think there's some VHS footage of this guy that I could probably find on YouTube from that party from the 80s. You want me to find him? This is great. I don't want to stop the song, though. Maybe. I don't know if you can even hear me talking. Maybe I should put it in the middle. Yeah, I guess I've heard this Elvis song, but I'm sure I have.
But that's my normal voice there.
Okay, so you're just doing an Elvis song, but as you.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the cool way to do it, because then it makes it yours. And
that one, I'll Be Home, that's a doo-wop song. I did that as well. That's my own voice as well.
Do you overdub it where you're all the guys in the band?
No, it's just...
This is great. See, I would buy this record. To me, it sounds
Thank you.
completely professional.
Thank you so much.
But this guy's name, I don't know if he's still alive, and I don't think he would ever watch this video, so hopefully I'm not insulting him. Elvis, and let's see if it's probably going to be, it's got to be on my friend's page somewhere. Elvis.
So if anybody else wants to hear me sing other songs, there's a whole playlist of me singing.
Yeah. Okay. Here I don't know who to put up this video. Oh, he has his own page. Oh my God. Yeah, he's still doing it 7 years ago.
He doesn't look that weird. I've seen weirder looking Elvis.
No, trust me. I don't know. Maybe he's not weirder looking than Tiny Tim, but he's pretty weird looking. He looks like an accountant.
Yeah, he
He's probably in a nursing home here performing.
Oh, yeah.
God. Well, anyway, let me show you the video.
You know, if he's in a nursing home, that's probably the most action those people are going to have this year.
Okay, so picture it's the 1980s. Now, my a good friend of mine, his wife, that's in this right here. That's his wife Donna, who's since passed away, but that was his first wife. But she had a local radio show, the Rockabilly Review. She was a major collector of rockabilly music. I was talking about her with Charlton 66 the other night. I mean, she had she dressed the part. She dressed like it was the 50s. So she's acting like she's just in tears that he's so great, and he's buying it. He really thinks that he's caused these girls, her and her friend, to just be completely just overcome, like it's really Elvis there. Anyway, this is probably about 1986 here in Gratueville. He looks about the same. It's amazing. Okay, why doesn't... Okay, I have to press play.
He's not bad.
His voice is okay, but just the look, he just...
The girls like it too.
There were some really wild parties in that house that would probably keep me from ever becoming a politician. Oh, that's her brother there on the right. Her brother there in the green. To me, he looked like Kyle MacLachlan or something, but he was super eccentric. He didn't collect. He had his own collecting bug. He collected Coca-Cola signs. They were all on his ceiling. Every part of his house was Coca-Cola memorabilia.
Now, one thing that I've never seen in an Elvis impersonator, someone dressed like Elvis in the beginning of his career.
Yeah.
It's not as common.
Yeah, I only see them dressed up as fat Elvis.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah.
The 70s Elvis. Hey, Gratu.
Yeah.
Do you know the song Blue Angel by Gene Pitney?
Uh-huh.
You do, really?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. What?
Do you know the song A Daydream Believer? Obviously you do, by the Monkees.
Yeah, yeah.
What's your favorite song out of those two?
I don't know. Is it a trick question?
Well, I have a music video of me doing a song with my cousin, and he's playing the guitar, so I wanted to show it to you. We
Okay.
did those two songs, and I thought maybe you'd like to see it.
You think you could send me the link the same way you did the first time?
Yeah.
Let's see what. Meanwhile, while you're doing that, let's catch up with the comments.
Which one would you rather see, Blue Angel or Daydream Believer?
Which one are you most proud of?
Well, I like Blue Angel the best, but Daydream Believer is a more famous song.
Well, I don't know. Paulo, what do you want to hear first?
I don't know. This is not my. The only thing I might have heard from this time period is whatever it is that Fatboy Slim used as a sample in his recordings.
Is that a rapper?
No, he was a British electronic music producer.
Okay.
He was a member of the House Martins. Then he was a member of Beats International. Then he had an acid house period under the name Pizza Man, and then he came up with the name Fatboy Slim, and that's how he became better known. He had a track called "The Rockefeller Skank." Used the samples from surf rock and other things mixed in with acid electronic sounds.
Zombo says you might be asking trick questions.
People think that about me for some reason. I don't know why. That I'm mischievous sometimes. I had a teacher say that too. He thought I could get into a lot of trouble, but I don't do that. Though.
Yeah, well, you keep pulling these fascinating rabbits out of hats. I mean, you're the things that you've done for pop culture history, just preserving all that music. That really is a major achievement. If I was the president of the United States, I'd give you some kind of, well, Canada wouldn't work. If I was the son of Fidel Castro up there, your president, because my wife says that she's heard that he's really the son of Fidel Castro.
Yeah.
But,
everybody thinks that. Yeah, I have a link there I gave you.
Oh, okay. I see the little thing.
It's not that clear because my cousin's webcam's worse than mine.
Okay.
But it's live, and you know.
We're not boring you, are we, Paulo? It's just like a hangout place. Hold on, I'm trying to get there. I can rewind. Can you see it?
So I'm the guy standing up.
Is it on now?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
We were kids, I was your friend, watching you grow. You didn't get much of the love most of us know. Oh, blue angel, I can't put you down. I should know better. I grew up in your part of town, and I can bless my good fortune. I came through it fine. Oh, blue angel, you will always be a good old friend of mine. How many years since you took off with your guitar? Joining a band and singing sad songs round the bar. Oh, blue angel, yes, I should have known. That's not a good life for a girl far away from home. When you were sad, poor and lonely, too proud to let on. All your better times never came along. Now the gentlemen of Soho, by your kindness and your smile, and your flesh is just a souvenir of London for a while. But I know what keeps you going, what you spend your money on. Some pusherman from hell has got the book on all that's wrong. And the pretty dress don't cover up your eyes. And I can't forget the emptiness I found in your disguise. La 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 la. La 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 la.
I'd buy records by you guys.
Oh, you angel, I can't put you down. I should know better. I grew up in your part of town, and I can bless my good fortune. I came through it fine. Oh, oh, blue angel, you will always be a good old friend of mine.
Well, that's cool.
That worked. All right, I think we got it. Let's go with it.
What? Yeah. The only thing you guys need is some light.
Yeah. I never have light, right?
Yeah, you always need light, like right now, and then, and also your head was cut off, but
yeah.
But man, that's, I mean, I love the White Stripes, and to me, that's just as good as the White Stripes. All you need is like a girl drummer, and it's just, I'd buy records by you guys.
Thank you so much, Scratchy.
That was probably one of the last shows I saw live. Was going to see the White Stripes. What was the last show I saw? I can't even remember. But yeah, that's really cool. And it was you want to do the other one too, real quick?
Sure, we could if you'd like. You like that song, Daydream Believer?
Huh?
You like Daydream Believer?
Yeah. That song I'm not sure if I've heard before.
Also, hold on a sec here. There's a funny outtakes thing that we had a video of outtakes that was pretty good too from that session. Let's see if I can find it.
Huh. Man, I could do a telethon now that I have unlimited time on this. I could have music and cartoons, and only thing I need is to figure out some way where some people do live streams and like there's little dings, and then all of a sudden someone's donated $5, and I'm thinking, wow, that's cool. How do they do that? They can just live stream and come out, then I could get the store that I have on hold, by the end. I don't know. I'm trying to be greedy and think of ways to make money out of this.
I think it's on a different channel. Hold on.
Okay, that's cool. So anyway,
I have a song that I'd like to show you, but I'm not sure if you're going to get a copyright strike or if you might find it too weird. It's a psychedelic Brazilian version of the Batman theme.
I bet that's probably that sounds great. Is it on YouTube?
Yeah.
Well, if it's on YouTube, can you get a copyright strike if you're playing something that's on YouTube already?
It depends who posted it. Like if it's from an official channel, then you could, yeah. But if it's just a regular person like me that posted it, then you probably won't.
Well, we'd probably be. Isn't there a rule if you only play less than a certain number of seconds?
I don't know about that.
It's probably not a good idea. There are parts that are recognizable as the Batman theme, and that might trigger the algorithm.
Oh.
But it's psychedelic jazz version that a Brazilian musician did in the late 60s, I think. 69,
let me look it up. Maybe not play it, but maybe I can play it.
Well, I put the link on the private chat. You can save it and post and look at it later.
Okay, yeah, do that. Oh, you already sent it.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
So, Gratu, I found the video and the outtakes as well for Daydream Believer. What would you like first? Because I think the outtakes are pretty funny. But would you like to hear the song first? The finished.
Hold on. Let me put this in the playlist. Would I like to hear the song first? Sure, but whichever way you want to do it. Ooh, I don't want to report him. That's not what I want to do. I'm used to doing this on my. Oh, they won't let you put it in a playlist because they mark that it's made for kids.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if it's marked made for kids, you can't add to a playlist.
But it's on my list of liked videos now. Okay.
I don't get why they do that, but it's weird.
Okay. So
that's the finished video.
Wait, you weren't even seeing what I was doing, were you?
No.
Okay. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so I'm back to this. Then I click on this, and that will open another window. Yeah, I thought you guys were watching me like that Batman theme. I played like half a second of it. I don't think that'll trigger any algorithm. Oh, okay. Before I start this, what time is it in Portugal?
Midnight 30.
Oh, okay. You have to work in the morning?
Yeah, but I don't care.
Oh.
I'm used to going to bed late.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let's listen to this. All right. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Oh, shit. Okay.
So this is the finished video, and then I'll show you the outtakes from making that video, because, as I said, I think they're pretty funny.
Share screen. Share screen. I'll get real good at this eventually. It takes me a while to learn things, but then it becomes second nature. I had to run into a few trees before I mastered riding a bike, too.
I still can't ride a bike.
Yeah, but you do amazing things, so it probably makes up for it.
Oh, thank you.
But it rains, and I rise, wipe the sleep out of my eyes. Shaven razors, cold, and it's cheer up, sleepy Jean. Oh, what can it mean to a daydream believer and a homecoming queen? You once thought of me as a white knight on his knee. Now you know how happy I can be. Oh, and our good time starts and ends without $1 to spend. How much, baby, do we really need? Cheer up, Sleepy Jean. Oh, what can it mean to a daydream believer and a homecoming queen? Cheer up, Sleepy Jean. Oh, what can it mean to a daydream believer and a homecoming queen? Cheer up, Sleepy Jean. Oh, what can it mean to a daydream?
So that's the I was dancing around at the end there.
Yeah, it's cool.
So here's the outtakes. So maybe this will make you laugh. I don't know. But I think it's amusing.
Let's see. Oh, is it a link you just sent?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I have to reopen everything. What is the stuff they're recommending that I watch? Based on that, I would probably be interested in that, huh? Okay, let's see. Okay, hold on a second. What the hell is going on here?
Oh, I could hide the wings of the bluebird.
Sorry. All right, I'll start over again.
That was the other video again.
Okay. Okay, now I've got to reshare. Share screen. Do you have any of those weird comics that available, or you want to do that another time?
Well, I think we'll do that another time.
Okay. Okay, Daydream Believer outtake share. Wish this was quicker. Is it showing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so make it larger.
So this is another channel I've got. I forgot about this channel.
Oh, wait. Don, let me subscribe to it. Watch me have to be subscribed. No, I'm not.
Did you subscribe to the other one, the Lemon Popsicle and Pants one?
Oh, you have shorts and pants.
Yeah.
Well, I think I was subscribed to that one.
The other one is the one that we post on more often. Like this one, even posted on like 5 years or so.
This is what the show we have 7 people watching live now. We've gotten 2 new subscribers. Paulo, you might be one of them since we started. And so that's cool. Usually I lose subscribers during the broadcast.
Yeah,
I
put out if I put out a video, I lose subscribers. Then I gain subscribers when I spend 6 months without anything. I don't know why.
Yeah, I try to figure out: is it political, or is it because I curse sometimes, or is it just an old friend of mine trying to?
Oh, you never know. You never know.
Okay, so wait, make it bigger.
So maybe you'll laugh. We'll see.
Okay, and it's got full volume. Back it up.
You once thought of me as a white knight on his knee. Now you know how happy I can be. Oh, and our good time starts and then without $1 to spend, whatever that means. How much, baby, do we really need? What do we eat, man? Cheer up, sleepy Jean. Oh, what can it be? You ready? Yeah, let's try it. All right, I'll get the lyrics again.
When was this filmed?
Hey, everybody, this is Line Popsicle and Pants. We're
About
gonna sing.
5 years ago.
Okay.
That's right. Are you ready? Yeah. Hopefully we can do it. Well, that's right. There's 1 for the money, 2 for the show. It's ready to get ready now. Go, can it go? Is that what we're gonna do? Yeah. Come on, let's sing that song, baby. Yeah, that's excellent. I have one less string on my guitar. Oh, wow. String broke. Look at this, viewers. Pants string broke. I don't know how long that's going to take to replace. Well, I can stop those recordings. Can you do without the string? No, not really. Man. I remember you doing this one time. All right, are you ready? Sure. Back to it. Song in French. Okay. Back to it. All right, everybody. Here's pineapples, and pants. Oh my God, my back hurts. That was very painful. I straightened it out. Okay, are you ready? Guess so. Beneath the wing of the bluebird as she sings, 6 o'clock alarm would never ring. But let's start again. I keep changing the melodies, Tim. You notice that? All right, you got it. Yeah. You ready? Yeah, I think so. Let's see if we do it. What if we and I ride, wipe the sleep out Cheer up, sleepy Jean. Oh, what can it mean to our daydream believer? That was terrible. Okay.
No, I like this. I like this.
That's a great dance. You like
Look at
that?
that grotty. You see that? When I do the arm thing.
Oh, and it stings. Cheer again. What happened? How was I dismissed? It's okay. Ready? Oh, I could hide beneath the wings of the bluebird as she sings. 6 and 4. All right. You ready? Okay. You're not supposed to get. I tried to make you punch it. It didn't work. Yeah. Get it, weed to a daydream believer and a homecoming queen. Cheer up. Jesus. That was good enough. I mean, there's got to be one good thing.
That's great. You just guys got to invest in some lighting, though.
Yeah.
Speaking of Batman themes, there's so many great Batman themes. Here's one from Jamaica. Where is it? I got to type in Batman. Oh, that someone put the serial pictures with it. Yeah, there's so much amazing Jamaican music from the late 60s.
Brought you?
Yeah.
Could I show you a short video?
Sure. What is there a way for you to, so I don't have to restart the sharing? Is there a way I can find it just from this page?
Yeah. Put in Lime Popsicle and Pants and then Skylarkings.
Well, that's the name of the you and your, is it your cousin or brother?
Yeah, my cousin.
Cousin?
I have no brothers and sisters.
Okay, Lime Popsicle and Pants.
Did you subscribe to that one? Because that's the one we post on.
I guess I'll find out.
Okay. And then Skylarkings.
And
it's a 2-minute video.
Is that a cover of a particular song?
No, it's just what we were doing.
Oh.
It just means like, fooling around and stuff or something.
Oh, was that a Canadian expression?
No, it's something we found though. It's not a common expression, but
this one here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So put that up there.
Welcome to the Lime Popsicle and Pants channel. Okay, Pants has found this couch, and he's just going to take a relaxing sit on it. Yeah, he's just going to sit on this couch. We're at the beach. Hey, this is Lime Popsicle on a bench. I'm just hanging out here. So, Pants, where's the head of the bench? Not too comfortable. Hi, this is Lime Popsicle. I'm going to look something up on Wikipedia. I did it.
Oh, brother.
All right, Lime Popsicle. Tell the viewers what we're looking at here. So this is a big green electrical box they have, many places, and there's a sign on it. This is where Johnny likes to sleep. Yeah, they don't know what that means though. So there's a sign that says danger. Do not open. You can be badly hurt. So, don't try to open this thing, green thing. Yeah. And it's like a bird saying, no, don't do it. You see how they legitimize them though by giving them a backwards hat or something? Yeah, so the kids will listen. Yeah. That bird is hip. Yeah. And cool. He's like the safety bird. Safety bird. Yeah. Hey, this is the Lime Popsicle. I found this neat place, and I wanted to show it to you. Hey, look. It's neat, eh? This place is neat.
You got cool trees up there.
What is it? Well, it's got it's an area, and it's got like a tree. What does this mean? I don't know. We were walking online. I was like, whoa, what's this place? I was like, I want to go there. And here I am. Yeah. There's like bricks. And look, viewers. Pine cones. Pine cones. Throw them at me.
I got him.
Wow. Is there a lot of gangs there? Because there was all that gang-looking graffiti someone painted over very bad.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of graffiti here. Unfortunately, it's true.
Huh.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you just did.
Oh, can you?
I'd always do that when I was a teacher. A kid would say, "Can I ask you a question?" I said, "You just did."
I don't want to.
Those assholes.
I don't want to bore you, but I really like that one, A Magical Journey Through the Parking Lot.
Oh shoot! I just ended it. You want me to go back to it?
Yeah. If you don't mind.
Can you send me a link to it?
Well, you just had it there.
Yeah, but I closed the page.
Well, just look up Lime Popsicle and Pants Adventures.
Skylarking, or what was it? I would look up.
Or just Adventures.
Adventures, okay.
I think it's Adventures.
So it's almost like you guys became the Monkees or the Beatles doing your weird little shticks.
Yeah. I thought it'd be fun to make videos like that.
Yeah, well, that's something. You guys are having fun up there. There's Lime Popsicle and Pants Adventures.
Did it work?
Yes, it did. Now so I hit a button share, then I hit another button share screen, then I hit another button share screen, then I hit Chrome tab, then I hit that. So it's about 7 or 8 clicks I have to do to get back. So I think I'm there. Play all, or just is there a particular one on the playlist?
Oh yeah. Let's play on the playground. I really like, but it's 11 minutes, so you could do A Magical Journey Through the Parking Lot, the first one there.
Okay.
I think it's pretty. Take a look at this, brought to you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and
this
everybody.
is Lime Popsicle. I'm out here. I just went for a walk, actually, and I'm making a solo video for you guys. Out here at, this place used to be...
You gotta look at where I live here, too.
A store, like a Zellers or something. Yeah, I think that's what it is. But they've gone out of business. So it's like a vacant lot. Well, there's stores over there you can see. And I thought it's such a beautiful day. This is the first really nice day we've had here with beautiful spring weather. So I said, I'll show you some stuff. Like here, look. I found can you see that, people? Yeah, that right there. It's like a nail, right? So that's pretty cool. So now this is a garbage thing. And over there are trees. There's like you know what? Maybe I should walk in the forest or something. So it's I don't know if I should do that alone though. I should probably do that with pants or something. I don't want to do it by myself. Anyway, I'm going to just stay out here in the day.
So his name is Pants, huh?
You know what I mean, viewers? Back in the open, not where there's like a forest. Because, hey, you think I should climb a tree? I don't know how you'd film, though, climbing a tree. Oh, look at that. Do you see that? Look at the sunset. I mean, yeah, oh, wow. Don't blind yourself, though. Don't look directly into the sun. But that's cool, isn't it? And there's a thing. See, there's a thing. What? Oh my. There's somebody. Oh my God. There's somebody laying on the. Wait. Down over there. Oh, wait. Oh, jeez. Should I leave or? Wait, the guy looks familiar though. Wait, who is this? Maybe I can just take a little video here. Hey. Oh, it's Pants. Hey, it's you. Pants. What are you doing out here on that?
Oh,
What?
yeah, this is where I live now.
What? Really?
Yeah. It's pretty sweet though, actually.
Wait, what? Do you have an address or?
Yeah, 700.
What?
Mattress.
This is your bed?
Yeah. Well, it's the whole thing, really, actually.
What's that thing you got in your hands?
Oh yeah, it's pretty sweet. I found a pillow on the ground.
That's the pillow?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Does that support your head?
Also, you can like scratch yourself with it and stuff too.
Wow, viewers, I didn't expect this. Pants is out here. It's like that's pretty crazy.
Well, it's pretty. I kind of like to become one again with nature.
Well, you could be in the forest, but you're not.
Yeah, but I don't. I'm gradually moving there. I'll probably bring this with me and then I'll just sleep on the ground eventually. But
hey, Pants, since you're here, do you want to
do you want to go hang out?
Yeah, do you want to go for in the forest or something?
Might as well. Yeah, I guess we might as well.
Well, viewers, I can go in the forest now because I'm not alone.
I mean, I just had at least a 2-hour nap. So
let's do a zoom in his face.
Jeez, no, let's not. Get out of here.
You're like the real Bob and Doug McKenzie.
Yeah.
Was that mattress just there? Or did you bring it there?
It was just there.
Boy, I wouldn't lay down on a mattress that was just.
Not
Yeah.
This is before the COVID thing, But
I'm not talking
even before the COVID.
Yeah.
How do you? I didn't know if. Don't you know if somebody peed on it or something?
Yeah, I convinced him to do it. He wasn't happy by how long I made him lay there either.
Oh my gosh. You know what would be great is to dub a laugh track on this.
Yeah.
Because if you did that, it would be hilarious. Not that it isn't funny, but yeah, this is great.
Take off, hoser.
There you go.
Yeah. You got it.
Back here, I think it's pretty cool.
Oh, I found something incredible too. I just saw it. I'm gonna have to.
I'll leave my pillow here for when I get back.
Okay, there it is, viewers. It's kind of looks like it would be something they'd use as a fan in a harem or something,
Yeah. Or a Hawaiian.
Stuff like that just falls off trees up there.
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know where it came from.
Because the foliage is completely different from what I'm used to. The trees are, I know pine trees, but those are like really exotic up there.
Yeah.
So, wow, it's just cool to see other parts of the world.
Part of a skirt, a hula skirt.
That's what I just said. Maybe I didn't say it.
Siamese connection.
I don't know what that means.
Well, Siamese people are connected at the hip, aren't
they already connected? It should be like a Siamese disconnection or something.
Maybe this is where they get connected.
Is that how it happens?
Maybe.
So, if you're pregnant with twins,
Whoa.
you should probably not come by here.
Was that me?
Probably not. I don't know.
I could see myself. I don't know.
Really? Did you turn it around?
I don't know.
No, you can't.
Well, I
That's
could.
not yourself. That was me, dumbass.
Dude, that was me.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, you're looking at a
Dude, it's a glass.
reflection.
Yeah, it's a reflection.
Yeah, the viewers didn't see it. But I did.
Is this your first time seeing glass?
A lot of people have said since our last video that you don't film very well.
Well, look at this. I'm doing great now.
So, and by a lot of people, I mean, I don't know, someone you met.
At least one. Hey, I just remembered. We got to go back and get my food. Let's go to my go to my kitchen.
In your bed?
Nah, I like to keep myself sprawled out and stuff.
Okay.
Anyway, let's
Okay, that's weird. Careful now. Sword fight. I'm not sure if All right, that was good. There's a belt. Yeah. Keep your pants up. Let's see. Is that good ears? It's not bad. Yeah, it's pretty good. Bad for you. Yeah, probably. Hose. Neutral for you. There's some vitamins. All right, cool. Let's go now. I'm gonna rip you with this. Nice.
So yeah, we did a few weird videos.
Are you serious? Yeah. This looks like,
Oh shit!
yeah, it always does.
I had this idea since we did that long episode on Sick Magazine.
Yeah.
Just look up Sick Magazine. Will we be one of the first things to come up?
Hopefully.
Let's see what
Hopefully,
we find.
eventually.
No, I don't know what that is, but Joe Simon's. Okay, so that's Joe Simon's grandson.
Yeah.
He got a haul from Metarog where he sent him a bunch of issues of Sick. There's a lot of comic collectors can't wait to get rid of Sick. So if they can send it to Joe Simon's grandson, they're probably more than eager. Okay, and this is another one where he got even more issues of Sick from, I guess, a different source.
Yeah, I commented on those videos. There it is.
Yeah, because then also I guess it's like a current expression that's popular to say something sick, but that now it means good.
Yeah.
So we're there with 201 views, and then someone did something on Plop.
I am Loki of Asgard, and you will regret this.
I'll probably get in trouble for showing a Disney ad. Let's see.
In that case, you might as well.
And here's that guy that's the Mad Magazine page.
Yeah, that's Patrick. Yeah.
Boy, that has a lot of sun burn on it. You see that a lot with, comics that are kept in attics for 30 years. And let's look up Cracked Magazine.
So yeah, I didn't show you that before because I was just kind of embarrassed because I play kind of a goofy character, the Lime Popsicle character, you know.
Nah, everyone's got videos like that where they have a camera, they go out and play with their friends or whatever. And what happened to Cracked? Cracked Magazine covers. That I don't think I've ever watched this video. It's only a year old.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, he shows all the covers of Cracked like on screen.
Really?
For a bit, yeah. With some music playing.
Let me put this in my playlist to watch later.
He's also done more on Mad as well.
So everything I'm putting in now is in Yowza 11. Then if you find music, I either put it in Gratu Music or Music June 2021.
So Zombo said that is some M. Night level stuff. I'm not sure what that means.
M. Night Shyamalan, the filmmaker.
Oh, okay.
Who? Yeah. Well, that may. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, because he was like a guy that had one movie that everyone loved, and ever since then, he's made movies that everyone hates.
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what he meant by that.
No, he actually didn't he did a really good comic book movie before they were making comic book movies called Unbreakable. And I remember watching that and thinking, wow, this is really interesting, the way they basically done a Superman story.
He meant with Pants on the Mattress, the big twist. That was like a M. Night twist in a movie.
Oh, look, yeah, he always has twist endings. Yeah,
okay.
He does that Twilight Zone kind of ending, but yeah, some people have not liked the way his career has gone. He did that one with the kid that sees ghosts, and
oh yeah, The Sixth Sense.
Yeah, and I think after those two movies, then people thought his movies were. And he did 2 sequels to Unbreakable recently that I haven't seen.
So the way that the Lime Popsicle thing started, right, was that I used to watch this guy play video games called Billy MC. And these other guys had a really popular YouTube channel with millions of views on it, millions of subscribers. And what they did is they used to make fun of people. They were like bullies, these guys, basically. They used to take people that play video games, and if they seemed different or strange or whatever, they'd make fun of them and they'd mock them in their videos.
Okay.
And millions of people like that because a lot of people are jerks, and they like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I wanted to be friends with this guy because I felt sorry for him.
Right.
So I made friends with him, and then I asked to be in his videos with him because I thought, I'm going to turn the tables on these guys. I'm going to play a character called the Line Popsicle. I'm going to act so goofy. I'm going to act like everything that they love to make fun of, right? And I'm going to make them think that I'm doing it sincerely. And what's going to happen is it's going to take the heat off of him, and then it'll focus on me as well. And it'll also give him more publicity for his channel as well. And that's what it worked. It absolutely worked. They didn't have any clue that I was playing this character, and I act really, really silly in the videos. And that's how I became kind of famous for 15 minutes on YouTube, and I had like over 1,000 subscribers to that Line Popsicle and Pants channel.
Yeah.
And so it became my own channel out of that, and then me and my cousin would play video games, besides me and this other guy. And I played the character, but as time went on, I started just becoming myself more. I got tired of playing the character,
Right.
And more lately, we've done podcast shows. Like I like doing those fun things outside where I act goofy, but we've done podcast shows and things and streams on Twitch. But which people were surprised at because I get very opinionated and I get political, which they didn't expect at all from me. That I'd be of that mindset or I'd be like that.
Well, the assumption is if you're from Canada that you're very liberal, I think.
Yeah, a lot of people
are. Stereotype.
Yeah. And my cousin is not liberal either. He's also he's a libertarian, but he's more conservative, But yeah, that's how the whole thing started. And
how many channels do you have?
Oh, how many? Let's see. So there's Tom Smith, there's Cas Pajamas 1, there's a Line Popsicle, there's there's a Line Popsicle and Pants, right? And there's Line Popsicle and Shorts. So I guess it's 5, I guess. I feel like I'm missing one, though.
And the big one, subscriber-wise, is which one?
I think Tom Smith has the most subscribers.
Are any of them monetized at all?
Well, our channel used to be, but we weren't making any money off of it, so we stopped monetizing it. So no, nothing's monetized now.
I mean, you weren't making any money or just minimal amounts?
It was about, I think it was like 5 cents or something a year.
They sent you a check for 5 cents?
Well, they were going to, but it was like, it's not really worth it. So we just stopped monetizing it. Let's see, how many subscribers does my channel have, Tom Smith, at this point?
I don't know. Do I subscribe to that channel?
48.4 thousand.
What do you do on that channel?
That's a music channel as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you know what? My Cas Pajamas has overtaken it. My Cas Pajamas is at 51.6 thousand now.
Holy smoke.
And the Line Popsicle, how much was that? I think that's the least, right? Yeah, that's 34,000 on that, 35,000.
And you have that many subscribers and you can't make any money from that?
Well, no, because it's all copyrighted music.
Oh, so okay, right.
Money from that. I have over 1,000 on the one with my cousin where we do video games and podcasts and I sing, I like singing because that's real, that's me really singing and everything, and I like to sing, right?
Yeah.
But that channel, you can't make any money on that. We have over 1,000 subscribers, and you still only get like 5 cents or whatever, So you have to have a lot of subscribers to make money on YouTube.
And probably have to post daily.
Yeah, it helps, if you have a lot of content, I would say. Unless you hit on something viral, That was another thing. I thought maybe if I acted really stupid, I'd become like a celebrity on YouTube because the stupidest channels are usually the most popular ones. It's like really dumb stuff.
Right.
But it didn't work.
Let's see, Zombo. Let's see. Meyer says, does Paulo also have a channel? And then Zombo says Paulo would do a really great comics history channel.
Yeah, I have a channel, but it's not very active. If you look up my name in Wildstorm, you'll probably find my channel. If you just use my name, you're going to find a lot of MMA videos because there's an MMA fighter with my name.
Oh, okay.
So what do we have to add to your name to find something?
Wildstorm, because it's the most popular videos, are the ones about the Wildstorm series.
Yeah, like there's a subscriber I have that's been with me for a long time, Man Bear Pig, and I tell people to go subscribe to his channel. But if they try typing in Man Bear Pig, he took it. It's a reference to South Park. You'll just get thousands of South Park videos that say type in Man Bear Pig comic book or Man Bear Pig Hulk, because he's always talking about the Hulk. Yeah. So because that is how. Let's see. So Costa, and then what did you say? Wellspring?
Wildstorm.
Wildstorm. Is that a comic?
It was Jim Lee's publishing house. The DC owns it now.
Oh, okay. I see. I'm sort of this Rip Van Winkle type that fell asleep at a certain point. To me, as far as comic book collecting and everything, I know everything really well up to like a certain point in the maybe early 80s. Wildstorm. Okay.
Wildstorm. One word.
Oh, Wildstorm. I put Wellstorm. What am I thinking? Wild. Yeah, I've heard of that, of course.
I've heard of that. Oh, Madonna. I've heard of that.
Well, hold on. I got to figure out. Yeah, really. I'm really, I'm very backwards. That's why I think, Tom Smith is so cool because he's stuck in another time. And I completely understand that.
Yeah, I can relate with that with you as well. Like, I've never had like a big social life or anything, but lately now that, I've become friends with you, Gratu, it's nice to have like a good friend like you now because it's like I have a social life.
Yeah, even with but better put just comics. Otherwise, even with Wildstorm, it's appearing just the MMA fighter. Not even
that guy from Pawn Stars. All right, maybe. Gee, what's going on? Why can't we find?
I think you misspelled my name.
Oh, what did I do? Let me see. Oh, it's Paul. Oh, because I had a student that. I don't know what I'm doing. Paul. Okay, I got Paula now, so it needs to be Paulo, not Paula. Oh my God. I'm usually really good at visual memory of remembering how to spell names, but apparently, okay.
There I am.
Subscribe. Come on. Wait, what's going on? What the hell did I do? What's that? I broke the internet. Okay, subscribed. And then I'll ring this bell, and then we look at your page. We've got 208 subscribers.
Oh, everybody in chat has already found him.
But what kind of coincidence is this? The book I was just talking about.
I just picked it out of the internet because we were talking about. We talked about indie comics and
these are. Oh, okay, right, all right, okay, I see. I just thought maybe you'd been talking with someone on the internet about it, or you have been.
No, we talked about indie comics and about Doc Savage, and I just looked for something that would be that wouldn't be so easy to identify. So I picked that. Image.
I see. Yeah, because that book is amazing. So wow, I gotta and it's all English language.
Yeah. Even when I interviewed the organizer of a festival, I asked him to speak in English.
I never went back for Eric Breen and showed how to get to that. Okay, so what I do, Eric, is I type in Jose Gonzalez Vampirella Love Strip, and it comes up so Jose Gonzalez, Vampirella Love Strip is the name of the movie, or it's like almost like a documentary miniseries. And the guy's name, this is a hard name to spell. How do you pronounce that again?
Mikuski, I think.
Okay, Mikuski. So, Eric, it's Tony, and I probably should send him a private message because I don't know if he's going to get this far. Macousqui. Tom, I don't know if you were watching when I was showing this earlier. This is all about this artist that was part of a group of artists in Spain that did art, and they sent it out to various places in Europe and to the United States for like comic art. And it's about one particular artist that basically is the guy that created Vampirella. You know, the comic strips the Vampirella comics that are out now, they've forgotten her roots so much. I mean, Vampirella always looked Spanish because it was a Spanish girl posing, and it was and she always had a Latin look. But yeah, it's that's the famous poster. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's just actually it isn't. It's a lot of fun if you love this stuff, but it's actually very depressing because this guy had a really rough life. And he was because Jose Gonzalez was a gay man in a very kind of macho society, and I don't think so at a time that wasn't as tolerant to that.
Wrong time and place to be gay.
And he was very flamboyantly gay. And it's ironic that the stuff that provides all this fantasy for teenage boys and I guess 50-year-olds too is done by a guy that that was gay. I mean, he worshipped. Who he worshipped the most was Marilyn Monroe. He was just
you remember Matt Baker? He did the Golden Age Phantom Lady, and he was gay too in the 1940s and 50s.
But the thing about it, they explained it in this, is because he wanted to be a woman so much, he really paid attention to the female form because he's wishing that was the way his body was. So every curve, everything that he studied it more than some lusty heterosexual guy. So he was able to draw it and capture it. See, that's the original photograph that came from. That's it's just fascinating. If you're into, and it's in Spanish, but there's subtitles, as you can see, that pop up, and you can take them off if you speak Spanish or whatever. But if you're into comics or whatever, I did a video about this, and the guy that made this thanked me down below, kind of like was it Bernadette Carroll thanked you, Tom? Yeah, the same thing happened. He thanked me, and so for kind of promoting it.
I've had a number of artists thank me, like Jesse Belvin's son. You remember Jesse Belvin?
The name sounds familiar.
He wrote Earth Angel.
Oh, of course, I know that.
And Good Night, My Love. He wrote that, and he sung it. And Guess Who was a great hit he had. He died in a car accident with his wife, unfortunately, in 1959, very young. But his son, Jesse Belvin Jr., thanked me for posting his songs on one of my channels. And I've had other people like Carl Dawkins Jr. also thanked me. You remember him? From 59, he had a hit My Heart is an Open Book.
Yeah, I know the song, but I don't know all these. It's like you're probably like Eric Breen with sports, and I know these songs, and sometimes I know them if I hear them, but man, you got all the stats down.
Neil Sedaka has used my postings on his page, his Facebook page.
Wow.
Tony Wine, who you're playing the song My Boyfriend's Coming Home from Christmas, she used it right on the front of her official webpage, my posting of that song, My Baby's Coming. But people, they use my postings too, singers.
Because they're probably in their 70s and 80s and don't know how to work the computer, and it's like someone's done it for them and it looks cool. So you're like the the nephew that comes along and shows them how to work the computer. Because
So it's always really nice, and I hear from like songwriters, like I said, other songwriters too, and people. So it's really nice when people like that. I think Bobby V was described to me before he passed away.
See, it's great that you're keeping this time period alive, that it's been forgotten by almost everyone in the United States.
Yeah, I don't like that. See, I want people to remember this great
I
music.
think this time period might be remembered by people in Europe, but I think most of the people, the 60s generation, what came along later, like you were saying, after the Beatles invasion, was the important stuff, and this was just weak stuff that was just there until the Beatles came along and filled that vacuum.
In Europe, they have traditionally had, or in Britain, they've had a longer memory when it comes to some of these things. I don't know if that's still true now, but it certainly was at one time. That's why a lot of singers would go to Britain when their careers fizzled out in the U.S.
Yeah. Gene Vincent,
Gene Vincent, that's a great example. Great example. And Gene Pitney as well, for that matter. He didn't live there, but he became more popular there later on.
Paulo, is there a lot of that music? Is it remembered in Portugal?
No, the Beatle, from the US, the Elvis, Little Richard, not much. Elvis is probably the first guy to make it here. Even Jerry Lee Lewis was not that famous. And my mom likes Elvis, but it's the later period, back when he was doing more ballads. My dad was into the Shadows.
The Shadows, they're very popular in Japan. They're huge in Japan, the Shadows. Great instrumental group.
Well, what's fascinating about Japan...
In the Ventures.
The Ventures, I was about to say...
That's what I meant, actually.
Well, I'm sure the Shadows were popular too, but they were more of the Ventures, really, because there's nothing to translate. And there's an amazing film that was shot in Japan of the Ventures going over there back then, and it's widescreen. My friend has a copy because my friend that visits every week, he'll be here tomorrow. He worships the Ventures. He has all their records. That's a lot of records, every pressing from every country. And when the Japanese watch a band, they sit there like they're watching a symphony orchestra. They're not all standing and screaming. They're watching very reverently seated.
Yeah, it used to be like that in North America as well, but now they behave like monkeys now. A lot of people in the audience. It bothers, like you watch videos on YouTube, people at a concert or anything like that, and they're just screaming like that and everything. And it's like,
well, that changed with Frank Sinatra and Johnny Ray, and then Elvis, I guess.
Yeah, Frank Sinatra. They used to scream at Frank Sinatra. Yeah,
because they make fun of that in the old Warner Brothers cartoons when there's some rooster and he's singing like Bing Crosby, and the girls are melting, the chickens are melting over him, and it's like it's meant to be funny because this is a novel new thing for women to act that way.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. And Rudy Valley was the first one that made them swoon.
Right.
Like that.
In Europe, radio stations were... some radio stations were kind of resistant to the idea of playing music in English. There was a lot of fear from an American cultural invasion because the concept of an international lingua franca did not exist before World War II. The closest you had was before World War II was French, but English dominated in Asia and it was more popular across Africa. But in Europe, the lingua franca would be French. It was only after World War II that it was the United States, and there was a lot of resistance, especially in France. In fact, the French had a Comics Code Authority in 1949, 5 years before the United States, precisely to stave off an American invasion of the comic book medium.
Yeah, the French. My family, before I was born in the early '60s, right around 60, 61. Sure.
I really need to go to the washroom.
No, that's cool. They, my family was stationed in France. My dad was in the army, and anyway, the French did not like Americans, and I was thinking, well, it was only 15 years before that we saved them from Hitler, and then I realized, well, if they're socialists, they might not have minded Hitler, because it could have been that we saved them, and I'm not saying all the French were that way, but there might have been a lot that liked it, and it's like
the perception was, and this was a centuries-old perception, was that to the French, the English were barbarians, and Americans were the even stupider version of the English barbarians.
Yeah.
So the notion that they would lose their status as the defenders of international culture to you would be complete anathema to them. The notion that you could come but the U.S. had an advantage that the French didn't have, because you were the United States was the first nation to produce culture as a form of mass consumption, as a product.
Yeah.
So you're more used to producing more culture than France ever was.
So they loved our culture that came, the pop culture, but not so much the...
especially the old people were really not interested. The younger generation would use it as a sort of counterculture movement, and so they also ended up getting rock and roll. I don't know if you've ever heard French rock and roll. It's actually not bad.
Yeah.
From the 70s.
Yeah, and then the scopatones, and you know what scopatones are?
No.
It was a jukebox in the 60s that was created. Tom's not on back. Well, what it did is it had 16 millimeter film inside of it of people performing songs. So when it was like a jukebox that had a screen on it that would show you rear projected film of the artist singing, so you could see them. It was like an early video. It was like MTV before MTV was ever invented. This is in the mid 60s. But because a lot of these machines were in bars and things, they're very racy, and so I could probably show you some of them. But yeah, the scopatones are a lot of fun. I was talking with Tom about them the other day. But a lot of them are French artists and trying to do American style rock and roll and stuff.
I'm pretty sure that the first continental European artist to have a successful career singing in English was Demis Roussos. He was a Greek singer.
Yeah, I know him.
He got famous in the late 60s. He had a group called Aphrodite's Child.
Right.
Oh.
His
song. It was that group with Vangelis, the guy who did the soundtrack who did movie soundtracks in the 80s.
Chariots of Fire was his most famous one.
Chariots of Fire and Conquest of Paradise.
Forever and Ever is my favorite Demis Roussos song.
Yes. Yeah, this is like an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes of scopatones. So they're really cool in color.
Yeah.
And they always have girls dancing. They look like the album covers from that time period.
Yeah, this is good. You know, another one, the James Darren one I like a lot, Because You're Mine. You remember that?
Yeah, they have some, let's see. Yeah, the French didn't do it quite as well, at least not that type of music.
There's the ones you like there, the Freddie Bell and Roberto Lynn.
Let me turn the music down slightly so we can still have a conversation. Yeah, so lots of giant hair and a lot of them are French, since it was a machine that was invented in France. And but they have a lot of American artists, and I think from all over the place.
Bobby V one, that's a great one.
Yeah, this is a good one.
The
This
Night
is Night Has a Thousand Eyes, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is a good one.
That's one of the best ones for sure.
Yeah, these are scopatones. It's like a whole nother world of fun.
see if you are true to me. So remember when you tell those little white lies at the night has 1,000 eyes. They say that you're a runaround lover, but you say it isn't so. But if you put me down for another,
Just like a beach movie.
Yeah.
Because a night has 1,000 eyes, and 1,000 eyes can't help but see if you are true to me. So remember when you tell those little white lies at the night has 1,000 eyes.
Yeah, they're wonderful, and it looks like YouTube has a big archive of them. That's a hilarious one too.
Tell him.
The one by the Tell 'em by the Exciters.
That's the one where they're in the zoo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it's cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's just funny that they're in the zoo wearing gloves and tuxedos.
And the guy looks really out of place.
I'm a little nervous about copyright strikes with a big song like this, though. I don't know.
You probably won't get a strike with that, or they would have gotten one, whoever uploaded it.
Oh, and this is like outstanding. This is the first one I ever saw.
If you post a music clip from you're not going to get a copyright strike. They'll simply monetize your video and give all the money to the to the record company.
Yeah. With most of them, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm a long way from monetization. And Captain Strangelove says he gets a check for like $30 a year.
Really?
He's like the guy that started comic book videos on YouTube. So yeah. So anyway.
So I just read this comic for the first time today.
Oh, is that a reprint?
Yeah.
Who's reprinting Herbie?
Dark Horse Comics.
They're reprinting the whole run of Herbie?
Well, it only lasted for 2 issues. It was supposed to be a 12-issue series, but it only lasted for 2 issues.
Yeah,
and there they are.
Yeah.
So I found these in the 3 for $1 bin, and I'd never read Herbie before, but I'd heard of him,
Yeah, he's like I guess he's supposed to be autistic, and he barely can speak.
Well, I've never heard
all
of
the
that.
women. What?
I never heard he's autistic or anything.
Well, I don't know what it is. He can barely talk, but all the women love him, and John F. Kennedy seeks advice from him, and he's a superhero. It's just like a really twisted. You could never do that comic today.
I think he just doesn't want to put any effort into communicating.
I think that's it.
But it's really surreal. It's really strange. The stories, and it's fantastic.
Yes.
I didn't know if I'd like it or not, but I did. I really enjoyed it.
I've been trying to buy any of those 60s comics when I can find them.
Yeah, I'd like to get more of them too. I've heard they're expensive though, the older ones.
Yeah, I find them sometimes at that comic shop I go to, Duncanville Books, but
so yeah, I just want to say I read those 2 comics today, and it's the first time I've been exposed to Herbie, and I thought that was pretty.
Are they reprinted in black and white or color?
Color.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only thing we're missing is that company, ACG. I keep talking about them, how wonderful the advertisements are. They're the coolest advertisements for some reason. That
originally published Herbie, yeah.
Yeah, and those comics, they're fantastic.
Right.
They probably got their advertising through DC because the nominal owner was Harry Donenfeld's son-in-law.
Yeah. The ads though are much better than DC's ads. It's like grow your own monsters, and it's a full page of monsters growing here, and just they were just astonished. Like the 3D glasses. Normally, you just have someone looking through their hand or through some girl's skirt. That's a full page,
Right.
where you're seeing through, and it's very horrifying.
So you may remember that I mentioned to you a few months ago when we weren't in lockdown, how I went to the comic store and they had a sale, 3 for $1 comics, and I bought 300 comic books.
Uh-huh.
And I'm still reading through those. I still got about half of them left. So I have a big pile over there that I read every comic. And here's the next one. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know what it is. So maybe you know, but I don't know because I haven't read it. I don't like to know before I read it. I don't want to have like a preconceived notion.
Right.
I just like to go right into it and see. But this is the next one.
I don't know that comic. Paulo, do you know it?
Razor's Edge. No, I can tell what was the creator's name. I can tell from here.
Bruce Jones.
Oh, I know Bruce Jones.
I've heard of him, but who is
he? He's a really good writer. He wrote for Eerie and Creepy, and I think isn't he the guy that did Twisted Tales and in the 80s?
And those space, alien worlds. That was
they're very good. He's a very good writer. Very
So
almost EC quality.
This should be really good then. There's a werewolf behind the lady.
Oh, I just can't see that.
Yeah, because it's dark. But yeah, she's doing her makeup, and there's a werewolf behind her there.
The art doesn't really strike me. When he did that comic Twisted Tales in the 80s, the artwork was really good. And that art on the cover, maybe I just not seeing it right. Yeah, to me that looks like it was done by I see the werewolf now. Yeah, it looks a little bit off, like her arm is too tiny, like she has a Tyrannosaurus Rex arm, and it kind of looks like it was done by a high schooler, like a really talented high school kid.
Well, Bruce Jones knew how to draw, but he was always better working with an actual artist.
Yeah, I don't know that that's Bruce Jones' art, is it? I mean,
I don't know, but I think you're not seeing the shading on the arm because my webcam's so dark.
Oh, it could be. Yeah.
So it looks like because it's not her arm isn't as small as it looks here because there's
I see. Yeah,
the shadow on her arm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might eventually be getting a better webcam and mic, so you'll be able to see things a lot better.
Oh, that'd be cool. Oh, I think I see now. The werewolf is in front of her, and we're seeing the reflection in the window of what's in front of her.
I think I think he's behind. He's outside the house, looking in her window.
Okay, so what's on the right? It's like an arm we're seeing from behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is that? I don't know.
Yeah, she's looking in the mirror, and the mirror faces the window, and the werewolf is outside.
You're right.
I see now. I
didn't notice that.
I don't know what I'm seeing on the right. Okay, yeah,
you're right though. There is something like a person or something. There.
It looks like I'm seeing an arm from behind on the right. I can't.
Yeah, I didn't notice that till you pointed that out, Grossu.
I don't know what it is. Maybe, yeah. But yeah, I'm sure it's going to be fun because he's a good writer, regardless of what the art looks like.
Yeah, Bruce Jones had a series at Eclipse Comics called Somerset Holmes, which I'd love to read, but I never managed to. It was published. The first 3 issues were published there as a graphic novel in Brazil, and I was kind of trying to find that one, but it's a little bit hard to find. The series lasted for 6 issues, and it's never been collected. It had art by Brent Anderson, and Jones and Anderson first worked together at Marvel on the 80s Kazar series, the one that's actually good.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to see more comics, or would you rather wait till another day?
It's up. Well, Paulo, it's after midnight for you.
Yeah, it's 1:30. I actually should it's probably a good idea to get go. But if you guys can keep going if you want. So thanks for having me on. If you're on again and I'm around, I'll annoy you to join again.
Please do. Yeah.
Great talking to you.
It wasn't an annoyance. That sounded wrong. Please do annoy us. No, dude. Yeah, anytime. Come on.
And we'll try to get, and hopefully Eric won't be on his cell phone, and he can join too.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been great to talk to you, and you can stick on, Tom. I'm trying to find out if I'm in trouble downstairs because it's 7:30 p.m. here, and I don't know if my wife wants to eat yet, but as soon as I hear from her, then I may have to run. Oh, he's already signed off. So yeah, you can show a few more comics. I'm up for it.
Yeah, you know what I'd like to do is like, I'd like to show you my entire comic collection. Not right now, I don't.
Yeah.
But I mean, over time, and just I'd like to see your reactions to the comics, and you could tell me, like, I don't know, your comments and things.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fun. And if we have guests, it'd be nice. Maybe they'll have comments and whatnot.
I have on the side, it says new comments available, but when I click on it, it doesn't go to any comments. So.
There's nothing there?
Well, I don't know. Let me try going out of it and back in.
So would you like to do that now, or you think we should wait for a new stream?
It'd probably be better if we did the comics at the beginning of a stream.
Yeah.
Let's see, we've got 7 people watching. I wonder how many people would actually get to. We're almost at the 5-hour mark.
I'm kind of thinking maybe we should wait, because I got some cool, really interesting comics to show. So.
Yeah, I just don't know. You have. It's difficult to really know it, plan in advance when you're available.
Yeah, well, we could do it another time.
You could show a couple of comics that you're reading now if you wanted. Oh, there's the comments.
Okay. Maybe. Well, I did show Herbie. I read those today.
Yeah.
I could show you the latest ones I've read.
Zombo the Judge is saying, start another stream. Start a new stream. Let's see what else.
Oh, we could do that too.
Well, let me go back because now that I finally get the comments to show up, let me see what I've been missing here.
That's not a bad idea. We could just start, do a shorter video and then start it over again, and then people click on it because it's a new video.
Okay, well, maybe let's look at what we got here. The twist with pants and the mattress. He's referring to that twist. Does Paulo also have a channel? We saw that.
Yeah.
Paulo would do a really great history channel. And sub, says Meyer.
Yeah.
That is odd. I just did it with Wildstorm and it was first.
That's when he was looking up his channel.
And then Zombo says, good eye. And Tom, is there anything I can put to better find the Tom Smith channel? Yeah, because I bet that's too common a name to just find.
Well, that's the one I comment on Gratu's channel. So look at any video that Gratu's posted, and you'll see my comments. So just click on the channel.
I'm not sure that in the comments on YouTube, if you click on a name, it'll take you to that person.
Oh, it does. It does.
It does. Okay.
Yeah,
I believe you.
So that's the easiest way to do it. Is just just click on a comment I've made on Gratu's channel.
And Basil Orloff says Gratu goes global. Oh, because I've got international. Yeah, I mean, we're all in different countries for a while there. It was cool. I don't think that's ever happened before. Tom, it was crazy that you knew that moment, that amazing look she gives at the end of the Francois Hardy Scopatone.
Oh, he remembered that from last time. Yeah,
I remember that from watching that video years ago. Yeah, too. And then Meyer says, I have that one, but I don't know what that was in reference to because I should be getting these up more often.
Maybe those are the Herbies. That's probably the Herbie comics.
That's it. And God Tank says, hello, Gratu, my friend. Are you going for a 24-hour stream? Yeah, I'm afraid. And then Myers says, yep. Eric Green says, yes. I'm just trying to stay sane, honestly. Just like everyone else, we're trying to stay sane in a repressive government with a shutdown.
Night Tiger just arrived. Hey, Night Tiger.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not down to that point yet. Are you still on the road, Night Tiger? Well, if Mr. Orloff is okay with that, I may need to go downstairs and ask her.
Yeah, you probably should. You probably should do that.
I told her to, what's up, comic book junkies? Tom Kenneth Zombie. Zombo, not zombie.
Every time I see his name, I want to say Night Tiger. Night Tiger, like it's one word. He has it all as one word, so I just want to go Night Tiger like that.
Yeah. Oh, he's in Georgia. Are you stopped for the night? Night Tiger? You must be, because I'd imagine you're not typing while you're driving a semi.
No, I hope not. Some
Yeah,
people
because
do that.
he makes his own bumper stickers that says "Get off the phone" or "Get out of the way." So I kind of doubt he's doing it himself.
Yeah. No, he's a smart guy. He wouldn't do that.
Yes, Fitzgerald, he says. So I guess Fitzgerald is a city or town in Georgia.
So I don't know. Like, do you want to ask your wife if it's all right if you stay a bit longer?
Yeah. It's like I'm asking my mom. Can I stay out and play? Or ask because the restaurants might close. And see.
And I could show a few comics. Like, we won't do a lot right now, but
sure, yeah.
But we probably should start the video over though. So
I think so. Whatever we show should probably be reshown.
But I mean that you should stop this stream and start a new one, like a brief one.
Hey, how are you doing? 1 second.
Okay.
Do you need me to bring anything? Are you hungry? Because it's 7:38. Okay. Well, I'm doing like a live stream. I was talking to a friend in Portugal, and I've got Tom in Canada on, and so I don't. I heard you stirring around down there. I just want to make sure that you're not becoming a widow.
Huh.
So,
say hi for me.
Tom says hi. She says, I think you're the one that's going to become the widow, meaning, oh, I see, meaning that because you're not feeling well. That's a widower, actually. Well, I'm going to need to break away at least in half an hour or so and feed you, because every place is going to be closed. That's not like a shitty McDonald's. Okay, you let me know. Come on the live stream, comment. Let me or get my attention, or just call me on the phone. Because I don't have any rules on here where you can just call me during the show. I don't give a shit.
Night Tiger says hi too.
Night Tiger says hi too. She says hello. Do you want me to put you on speaker for a second? Okay, hold on. Okay, this is Cleo. What is your Gratu Army name? What did I give you? Oh, she goes when she comments. It's Greta Orloff.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say, Night Tiger. When I look at you, you look naughty. You look like you play pranks on people.
Yeah, I was watching that video this morning while we were eating breakfast. Night Tiger, it looked like you were laid out in a coffin. It's like a viewing because you're laying there with the camera up above you and with a pillow. It's like, it was funny. But yeah, so yeah, Night Tiger's watch. He stopped in Georgia, and Zombo says, feel better soon. Night Tiger says, this is a groundbreaking video. Hold on. Let me get these.
Meyer says hello, Mrs. Orloff.
Yeah. Let's see. Zombo says feel better soon. Hello, Mrs. Orloff, says Meyer Greenblatt that I spoke with the other day. He's really cool. Toy collector. Zombo smiles. Night Tiger says, my Gratu name can be Night Digger. Yeah, I've got to give him a name. I was thinking just making it Night Tiger, but if he wants to be Night Digger, that'd be cool. And then he's.
I thought I saw something pop up. Like, I don't know if it's because like I have I'm like connected to one of your emails on my phone, or if I saw it pop up on your phone. But I think you had received a message from Chad Miller because he hasn't got his name yet.
Yeah, Chad Miller is waiting. I've got to do and Night Tiger. Yeah, those are. And there may, if anyone else needs a Gratu Army name, I could do that. And Night Tiger says, "Oh, they're citizens." Yeah, no, we're gonna induct you soon. You'll be drafted. Sorry, I got to find that black book I read all the names in because then I forget.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm going to keep going until you send me a text or something that you need to eat.
Oh man, don't count on me. A little while I was asleep again because my head hurt so bad.
Okay, well, at some point I'm going to go run and get some cheeseburgers, and I'll get you one for whenever you wake up.
Yeah,
whatever. But I just I'd just get you something to eat. So anyway, okay. All right, you gonna try to go back to sleep?
I don't know. My brains are bleeding.
Okay, you and anyone in the United States that's paying attention to the news feels the same way. Anyway, I love you, and I'll talk to you soon.
Here in Canada too, if you have a brain in Canada.
He says Canada too, if you have a brain.
Oh yeah. The commies are all happy, I guess.
And your friend was saying that this is an international show he's watching. Because I was talking to Tom in Canada and Paulo in Portugal. It was like we're all over we're going global.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll talk to you real soon.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. All right, so I guess I can play a little longer.
Okay. That's funny. So do you want to restart the stream then in a new video?
Well, then it would just be a 30-minute stream.
But more people might watch it then, because it'll just be comic books. It'll be about some comic books.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. And that give me a chance to go to the restroom. Yeah, let's do that, and we'll just start a new one. Okay. Yeah, and that'll give me a new thumbnail, and that'll put me one episode closer to episode 400.
Yeah. We'll do about half an hour. That sounds good.
That's like when Marvel wanted to get the special issue 400 or 500 of Spider-Man. They started doing it bi-monthly, like twice a month or something.
Oh, yeah.
They could get to it quicker. I think that's what happened. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so I'll end the broadcast, and we'll be right back in a second.
Okay.
Like literally within a few minutes.
And then give me another link, too.
Yeah, I'll put the link just right in the chat, because I don't know how to do all that stuff.
Okay.
Sure. So as soon as you see me pop up with a new thumbnail, go to the chat and I'll have it there.
Okay, right. So about how many minutes should I check?
I would say it would take me about 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, pretty quick then. Okay.
All right, yeah. All right.
All right.
Take care.
See you soon.
All right, guys. See ya.